And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were using
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Today's date is Friday, September 1st, 2023, in the year of our Lord. Today's guest is MC, or MC Squared. He is a young up-and-coming podcaster. He is also an anarchist, and we're going to be picking his brain a little bit about this particular philosophy he has. We're going to find out why anarchy appeals to him and why it should appeal to the rest of us as well. I'm really excited. Ooh, I'm feeling the energy, especially because I'm drinking this free plug for a very toxic, bad for you product. Today's date. Oh, we already did that. Sorry. Remember to go to endofdaysradio.com and catch up on all things End of Days Radio. From there, you can get a list of upcoming guests on the show, as well as you can read my articles, and you can donate to the show. You can donate through PayPal or with Bitcoin. You can also email me. What's wrong with me today? At DanielEndOfDaysRadio@gmail.com. That's DanielEndOfDaysRadio@gmail.com. Questions, comments, guest suggestions. If you would like to come on the show, cool. Let's do it. Also, interesting comment from Bell B. He says, freedom requires anarchy. Is that true? What do you think out there? Does freedom require anarchy? Does it require a bit of chaos? Do systems of order need to be opposed every so often, or is it much more complicated than that? Well, might as well stop wasting time. We have a guest to get to. Let's bring him on. 3, 2, 1. And there he is. Love the shades.
Thanks, brother. How are you?
Doing good. I love the hat. Love the shades. I love the board you got up there with the pins in it.
Yeah, man. I got. Yeah, this is the office. We're recording in the office here.
All right. Loving it. So, MC, is it MC or MC squared?
MC squared. It's me.
All right. Why the name MC squared? Does that mean anything in particular to you?
Pseudonym, for sure. There are consequences for speaking truth to power. Censorship is real. Although censorship might not be directly from government, or perhaps from a fascist state like Germany or some of the fascist states that were, coming online in the 1930s in Europe. But there's definitely consequences to speaking truth or, talking about unpopular things like opposition to authority, being subversive, being in opposition to the establishment, being a dissident. The United States, though, it is a rather free country. So, there's not death squads out to bring you down. We don't have gulags here. We also don't have, concentration camps and stuff like that. But again, there are consequences to unpopular thoughts and speaking those unpopular thoughts. So I like to remain anonymous, but I am very into science, philosophy, and the famous Einstein equation, E equals MC squared. So I just kind of took the end part MC because I do a little bit of rhyming, but not too much anymore. I haven't really rhymed too much in like 2 years. But that was kind of the original plan, is to kind of be a little bit of an MC and a rhymer. I still have that in my bio on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
X social. Part-time rhymer, working class grinder. So that was kind of my namesake and whatnot. But yeah, I really like Einstein. He did a lot of great things. Read a bunch of books on Einstein, and I still think he is one of the most brilliant minds, of the last 100 or so years. And I think a lot of what he said, 1905 and onward, a lot of that is still being proved right. And sometimes some of his thought experiments, we still can't even, scientifically study them because, we don't have the technology yet.
Cool. I love that. Einstein is a hero for me as well. I probably don't know as much about him as you do, but I know that he kind of changed our entire way of looking at space and mathematics and science with his theory of relativity.
That's it. That's equals MC squared. Energy equals mass times the speed of light, I believe. I'm no physicist, although I did have a physicist on my podcast a week or two ago, and I hope to have more on there to pick their brains. It's fascinating to me. Probably my favorite, outside of philosophy, my other favorite area of study and to dabble in, political philosophy, and science and the universe stuff, which is kind of the key areas of my podcast. Though I'll talk to pretty much anyone. I actually had an education doctor on this week, so talk about the educational system. Pretty much open to talking to anyone. Mainly stay with, at least in terms of politics, kind of left-leaning guests, although I would be open to talk to maybe some moderates or even some people that maybe identify themselves on the right. But I'm a far leftist. And the way I see anarchism, it's basically just the anti-statist branch of socialism. So you had the Bolsheviks. That was the statist branch of socialism. The coup d'etat, as I call it, the Russian Revolution, but I think it was more of a coup d'etat. They took power in 1917 in Russia and kind of dismantled some of the worker organizations and worker councils. I think a key component of socialism is workers owning and controlling the means of production. And of course, in Russia, that was not the case. There was a very powerful centralized state that was in power, the commissar class. So that's why I would call the Russian Revolution more of a coup d'etat. The Bolsheviks kind of took power by force. So, while I have Marxists on and we talk about politics in Russia and, socialism, that sort of thing, I am farther left than the mainstream, I guess, Marxists. I'm a socialist, not a Marxist, because I would never say, I'm an Einsteinian as it relates to science. So for some reason, though, when it relates to social theory, you have to raise these human beings to divine status. So some people say I'm a Marxist, but I would never say that. Although I do read Marx. I think I'll show you the book right here to prove it. Let's see here. So I read Marx. Sure, I got Marx. Marx was a decent philosopher. Not one of my favorites, but he's got some good stuff. But I am an anarchist because although I like some of the stuff Marx talked about, I oppose the statist branch of Marxism. I oppose a centralized state like we saw in the Soviet Union or that we see now in China. I don't like authoritarianism, and I've never read about or experienced or learned about a government I like. So I think that's why I'm an anarchist, because I think all of these government systems of power have problems. And I would say everyone's an anarchist. Everyone should oppose illegitimate authority. And if you don't oppose illegitimate authority, then I don't think you're a human being. So I'll give you an example, Daniel. If I said, I don't want you to ever do your show again, it was offensive to me, you would say, no, I'm going to keep doing it. You don't have the authority to tell me what to do. So in some sense of the word, you're an anarchist if you would oppose my illegitimate authority to say, close down your show and never do it again. You know what I mean?
Yes, I cannot argue with that. Now, MC, I think a lot of people out there that aren't really familiar with these terms might think that anarchy is just a state of chaos. Like everybody's running around, chopping each other's heads off, robbing each other. There's no rules, and some like warlord is going to take over. It's going to turn into Road Warrior, with the dude without the shirt on and the mask. He's like, I forget what his name is. Is that what anarchy is? Do we have this totally wrong?
It's propagandized, just like any political terminology. It's propagandized. Your enemies use it as a weapon against you. So anyone that doesn't like anarchy, and anyone doesn't, usually the people that are in opposition to anarchy are the ones in power, typically the establishment. So yeah, they want to propagandize it. They want to paint it in a bad light. They want to make it sound like it would not be a good place. But no, there's nothing, at least in my sense of the word, anyone can have the term anarchy. But the way I use the term, I really like, I'm trying to look for the book. Give me 1 second if I can find this book. It should be right over here. Yeah, here we go. There's a rich tradition of anarchy. So there's all kinds of books on it. So here we go. Noam Chomsky, my favorite author, just came out with this one, I believe, in 2023. So I'll just plug some books so you guys can read about it. Don't take my word for it. Notes on Resistance. Noam Chomsky, famous anarchist.
Can you put that a little closer to the camera, please, so we can kind of see that again? Everybody.
There's all kinds of them, but sure.
Yeah, this is interesting, and we love books on this show. We love giving others ideas of great stuff to read. Notes on Resistance, Noam Chomsky. Thank you. That's interesting.
So I got a few here that this is just on my shelf. This guy's going to be on my podcast. This is a book shout out. He's going to be on my podcast in a couple weeks. Sent me this in the mail for free. I just met him online a week or so ago. He said he would do my podcast in unnatural order. So that sounds like it has some anarchist undertones. This is
Jim Mason.
Yeah, he's going to be on my podcast. Check it out. Necessary Illusions with MC Squared. But yeah, this is just on my reading list right now. So I'm not even getting into the bookshelf.
And how do we get your podcast, by the way? Can we get it on Apple, all the usual places?
Yeah, all the usual places. I'm on Apple, Spotify. Yeah, pretty much anywhere podcasts are streamed. I know a lot of people are doing like some other, was it Rumble or something like that? I'm on that. I think I might be on YouTube, but I couldn't find it. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube. So my inspiration for the podcast was a lecture series by Noam Chomsky called Necessary Illusions, which is basically about the illusions that the establishment creates to keep the population under control. So here's one of the first maybe anarchist books, or one of the first anarchist writers. This is an Enlightenment era book. This is a book written in the 1700s here, and it still holds up awesome today. This is Wilhelm von Humboldt, The Limits of State Action. So, the anarchist tradition dates back to at least the 18th century. This is before Marx even. And here's the last one I'll show you, but this is what I am. I'm an anarcho-syndicalist. So here's a book called Anarcho-Syndicalism. We have a foreword by Noam Chomsky, and it's by Rudolf Rocker. And basically what anarcho-syndicalism is about is a society that's structured around democratically organized workplaces. And you might say, well, we have workplaces today, corporations, but those workplaces are not owned by the workers. They're not influenced by the workers. Workers don't have a say in the policies of a corporation. If you ever worked for a corporation, you probably have a boss above you that's going to step on your throat and tell you what to do under external command. And if you're somewhere in the middle, you're going to step on the throat of the person beneath you. And maybe if you're at the bottom, at best you can rent yourself to a corporation for subsistence, to kind of get by. But anarcho-syndicalism is about like democratically organized workplaces that kind of dominate the society, where workers actually own and control the means of production. Now we're getting into some Marx terminology, but some of that Marx terminology I take seriously, unlike the people that were in power in the Soviet Union. So yeah, again, I'm just kind of. So my favorite time period was the anarchist revolution of Spain. I got a bunch of books actually just came in this week. But that was the only period in history, at least the way that I see it, that the capitalists and the so-called Western democracies came together with.
And when was this?
I think it fell this was prior to World War II. I think we're talking about the late 1920s, early 1930s. We're talking right around the time of the Great Depression. This was also a period of time when workers were gaining power back in the United States as well. There's worker-led revolutions all across the country. But Spain has a rich history of anarchist thought, libertarian thought, not the libertarian sense of the word that we use in the United States, which is some kind of propagandized term that doesn't have a rich history, that basically means some dystopian reality controlled by corporations. So I'm a socialist libertarian or an anarchist. I just throw these terms out there. I mean, I don't take them too seriously. Anyone can have the term, but if you want to talk about their meaning, I think they do have meaning, and I think there's a rich tradition. Now, whether you want to believe anarchism is disorganized, chaos, and violent, that's fine, but I don't see it that way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm realizing is that, I've seen the term anarchy. Like, even when I was in high school, there was certain people that had the A for anarchy, like on their backpacks, or they'd carve it into the desk at school. They'd be like, yeah, anarchy, man. And I guess I kind of, maybe because of that experience, I kind of got the wrong idea because you would talk to them, they'd be like, yeah, anarchy's awesome. There's just no rules. There's no policing, nothing like that. But that's not actually the case.
I don't want police. I want a democratic society where maybe, if anything, we have, community policing voted on and overseen, by the local community. But I would put it to vote. I don't want authoritarian ruler or dictator to get in there and say, hey, we're going to abolish the police and that's it. I definitely think we should defund the police, and whether or not we should abolish them completely, I would leave it up to the local community to a vote. I don't want to be a ruler or a dictator, and I don't want to live in a society, overruled by dictators. Now, I will say I don't think that Trump or Joe Biden are dictators, but there was a study that Princeton 2014 that said the United States is not a democracy, it's an oligarchy. Only the top 25% of people on the income scale have a say in policy formation in Washington. So basically, 75% of the country are disenfranchised. So that's not a true democracy. Now, again, I won't say that Trump or Biden are like dictators, or certainly not fascists like, Hitler and I guess, the authoritarian right winger that I see, at least one of the worst criminals in history, Stalin. That's why I oppose the Soviet Union. But there are it's more like an oligarchy, a kleptocracy, a plutocracy. Again, we're just throwing out words. Maybe they have meaning to you, maybe they don't. A lot of them get propagandized. But I will tell you, with the money in politics, you got to be wealthy to have a seat at the table. So just for example, throwing out there, I think it took something like $14.7 billion. That was the total amount spent on the 2020 election. And it seems sure that more will be spent on the 2024 election. So, they're certainly not dictators, that run this country. But I would say that probably oligarchs, or at least funded by the oligarchs. So that's
something that's always bothered me. The idea that you have this campaign funding, and a guy like I'm not picking a side here or choosing an ideology, but I'll use Trump as an example. Guy is rich already. He has so much money that he can pump into like a campaign fund, and on top of that, he's got tons and tons of supporters and people that are powerful positions and people that have money that will give him money to do his campaign. Whereas, one of these other people, like these Green Party people, you can pick and choose all these guys that you regularly see run every time there's a presidential election. They have no chance. They have no chance in hell, simply because everybody gets convinced that voting for one of these people is splitting the vote or wasting the vote.
Yeah, I mean, the political system, there's a major problem with it. I know that, there's a lot of rhetoric about democracy, but those of power and privilege have never been in favor of democracy because it interferes with power and privilege. And I think the same can be said for free speech. There's a lot of people in power, Elon Musk, for example, that say that they are, in favor of free speech. But again, that interferes with power and privilege. So rich people like Elon Musk, they buy Twitter and they buy the platform to ensure that their message gets out there. And I think Elon at least has like hundreds of millions of followers. I mean, what percentage of those followers are bots and literally people on the payroll,
Exactly. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
Hey, what do you think of the conversation so far?
I'm digging, man. I'm just listening, man. I'm really, excuse me. Hello, how are you doing, by the way, Gas? Your name kind of escaped me.
MC squared.
I'm MC squared. What's
that's
up, Dr.
easy
Robert?
for me, man. I'm groovy, man. So, matter is energy. That's what MC squared is. Matter is energy.
Yeah, energy. I think Einstein. Yeah, that's what he kind of. I'm no physicist, but yeah, that's what he equated the whole universe equated to three variables. Pretty awesome. Yeah, pretty deep. And I think a lot of the stuff that he was talking about has been proven true over the years and decades since he died. As technology and science, it got sharpened. We have still some of the same theories, but our tools have gotten a lot better, so we can kind of prove or sometimes disprove, some of these theories. And that's what I've read something about. There's a lot of people that can come up with theories, but someone to actually take a chance and a risk so that your theory can actually be proved or disproved. Some of these people like Freud, for example, in the kind of the soft sciences, you can't really necessarily prove him right or wrong. Same thing goes for history. I have a lot of views on history, but you can't necessarily prove me wrong. But as it relates to, you could say, oh, I disagree with you, and here's why. This is what happened in history. This is the way I see it. But in the hard sciences, quantum physics and shooting rockets into space and satellites and stuff like that, at some point or another, you can kind of test them out and be like, this doesn't work. There's some right or wrong answers, whereas some of the soft sciences, it's not as black and white.
Oh yeah, not as cut and dry. Yeah, definitely. Hey, I really like how you kind of equate. I could be phrasing this wrong. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is how I'm understanding you. How you kind of equate like anarchy as kind of being like true socialism.
I agree. Yeah.
Because anarchy basically means without authority, right, or without a state.
Here's one. This is what I use. This is how I like to describe it. Not all socialists are anarchists, but all anarchists are socialists. So at least the ones that know what the term means, or at least study the classical usage of the term, which again goes back to at least the 1700s and maybe even as far back as the 1600s with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I got some of his books on my shelf here too.
Oh yeah, I read Emile, man. I love that.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah,
you like education? I had Dr. Rob on the other night. He's a doctor of education, and we talked about the educational system, the doctrinal system. And those that have advanced degrees tend to be the most indoctrinated. They have the strongest beliefs, which makes sense, because if you spend 20, 25 years in school, some of those ideas and some of those theories and ideologies are going to resonate with you,
Yeah, I can dig it, man. So let me. So I want to throw some things at you, right? Some concepts.
Yeah.
And tell me how that might fit or not fit into the anarchist model. So let's talk about community, economic self-reliance, interdependence, and individualism. Because when you talk about like these democratic, you kind of talk about like, you're not really calling them corporations, but they're kind of like these kind of like kind of co-ops, like these economic co-ops?
I did co-ops. Yeah, I did co-ops. That's there's a lot of different forms. Actually, had a labor organizer, and we talked about. I'm not as rich into the actual practice of co-ops and that sort of thing. But yeah, apparently there can be consumer co-ops, community co-ops, worker-led co-ops. So,
but I'm talking about the democratic thing you talked about. You said something like what are they called again? Democratic
socialism.
No, you're talking about like
anarcho-syndicalism with the
no. You're talking about like how like when it comes to like businesses are selling goods. How like people you call it like a democratic something.
Yeah, democratically organized institutions.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So that's anarcho-syndicalism. That's I'll pull up the book again.
Okay.
That's what anarcho-syndicalism is about. Corporations are hierarchies. They're hierarchies where there's a board of director and a CEO and middle managers, and crap all flows downhill. Anarcho-syndicalism is, maybe the start of an idea of a possible classless society. In an anarcho-syndicalist world, perhaps we wouldn't have janitors. Perhaps we wouldn't have accountants and bosses and managers. One of the traditions of anarchism, and I end this. I
kind of like that.
I end my.
I get where he's going with that. I think I do. So yeah, I like it
no
too.
Gods, no masters. That's how I end every podcast. That's our anarchist kind of terminology. We don't need bosses.
Yeah. Labels that don't kind of labels that don't cause like an inflated ego. So there's a psychological element to it. Like I see that.
I remember I had this one boss, and it was a female. And man, she was just, she was a real tough lady. She was real hard on everybody, real bossy. She was the boss, like the head manager. And one time I said to her, like, man, I just kind of wish you wouldn't like tell me what to do like that. Maybe you could just kind of like talk to me about it or ask me. And she just looked at me like I was crazy.
It does something to a person's mentality. Like even when you give like police officers badges and shit like that, it has an impact on your psychology in the way you see yourself in relation to other people. It automatically implies some type of value or some type of higher value. So that's the way I'm understanding him. When you have a lawyer and a janitor, right? You automatically create a value system just by saying that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if you take away those labels, right, and then like because all culture is right. Culture is the mechanism that shapes our consciousness as human beings, right? And language plays a huge role in that because we as human beings we have what they call like a symbolic historical linguistic consciousness, right? We view reality in words. Like our whole reality is comprised of words and shit like that. So vice versa, words would affect the way we see reality too. So when you start giving people these kind of like black and white and shit like that, you create separation and then you automatically create a value system, and that has a negative effect on the person's psychology. But what I do want to talk about is, so when you talk about the democratic, whatever you call it, that's kind of like a pure democracy, right?
Direct democracy, as I see it, is we vote on everything.
Yes, direct everything. Democracy. Yeah,
although
I don't think
you want that. Like, would you want to come together every 15 minutes and say, oh, how many reams of paper do we need to vote, or do we need to buy for City Hall this week? How many pens do we need to buy? Of course not. So, in my thinking, in my thought process is, I like the idea of direct democracy, and I think we should have as much democracy as prudent. But we certainly can't vote on every issue. There's going to have to be, at some point in time, people with positions of whatever authority or power, or at least, division of labor. If you want to go back to, the father of, I guess, economic theory, Adam Smith. But speaking of fathers of things, do you know who the father of modern linguistics is?
Wittgenstein.
Yeah, well, he's up there. He's up there for sure, and he was definitely influencing this guy, Noam Chomsky. I got his book here. The father. So he had two careers. One as probably the most famous. This is just his political book. He's got all kinds of books on words. I think there's. I got some Wittgenstein too. But
are you into Chomsky, Dr. Robert?
I've read some of Chomsky stuff before. I kind of think he jumped the shark and shit like recently though. He said some shit about Trump I didn't agree with that really took me aback. But I mean,
was that
for the
pro or against him?
it was more pro-Trump. Like he said something kind of like, yeah. You know, like, you know me from just my tweets and shit like that. I'm like highly against motherfuckers trying to have it both ways. Like in my mind, you can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? Like,
I think he called Trump the biggest criminal in modern history because of his...
Yeah, but he backtracked. He said something like we're better off. I'll find the video. I don't want to put words in his mouth because like he is like a public figure who's respected. So you got to come correct. So I just get off this. But like well, Daniel tell me I always follow up. So I'll find exactly what I'm talking about and how Daniel send it to you.
No, that's fine. Here's a book, Chomsky on the language. It's pretty thick, but yeah, he's. I mean, words absolutely have meaning. And don't take it from me. Take it from the father of linguistics. I'm trying to learn a little bit about linguistics. But yeah, Wittgenstein. I actually got 2 of his books on my shelf. I've read some of his theories and stuff, but I want to actually hear him and read his books. So I'm excited for that. I guess he was one of the most influential philosophers of the 20th century. So yeah, Wittgenstein.
Yeah, Wittgenstein. I love Wittgenstein, man, because Wittgenstein said something like, as soon as I heard it, man, it like made complete sense to me. Because he said some shit like he believes we don't have a private language. He said just because we share language, if you just take the time and sit back and just really, really pay attention to the words that come out of other people's mouths, over time you'll be able to predict their thinking. And that's basically what AI does and shit like that. Because I studied under John Searle at Berkeley.
Oh wow, I've read some of his stuff too. Very cool.
Yeah, the philosophy of language. You know, in the Chinese room argument, because that's all the Chinese room argument is, and that's what he basically thinks AI is.
Can you take us through that? I've heard that before. Can you take us through the Chinese room argument? I remember reading about this.
Yeah. The China, I haven't taken a lot of time. The Chinese, simplistically, so don't take me at face value. Basically, what I'm saying, and I'm kind of rusty on it, but basically, what he's saying is all a computer does is just kind of learn symbol arrangement, right? So it just kind of learns when you say hello. I say hello back. You know what I mean? If somebody waves, I wave my hand back. So it's just matching symbols for symbols. And it notices this pattern when people speak that certain words or certain phrases or certain language patterns follow. That doesn't mean it has consciousness. It's just doing a good job of mimicking consciousness.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let me throw this example out here. Does a computer think?
No, it does not think. It only reacts.
I agree. Does it? So, if someone would say yes, a computer thinks, I would give them the question: does a submarine swim? It's different. It
depends how you define thinking too. Like, does it process things? Yeah, but it's really just like you said earlier. It's just kind of like running symbols through different vectors, and it's coming out a certain way. It's threading things. It's not really thinking.
I wouldn't say the computers are conscious. Certainly not. At least
no.
Yeah, aware, yeah.
I wouldn't say so.
I mean, we can't even say we're fucking conscious.
I think we are.
No, we really can't, though.
But we can't prove it. We can't prove it.
But you said, but we think we are. I mean, even the word consciousness, man, is a presupposition. You just assume what you're trying to prove.
It depends if you've taken any shrooms or not.
You know what I mean? I just see when I speak, I just see something in front of me, nodding his head, saying yes, waving when I wave. That doesn't mean I'm conscious or it's conscious of what the fuck I'm doing. You know what I mean? And so just, you really go down a deep fucking rabbit hole, man.
Yeah.
Shit. Like, I mean, I've had times where I almost snuck myself out of existence when I first started taking philosophy and shit like that. But I just have one of those kind of crazy ass minds and shit like that. But back to what you're saying, I kind of agree with you though, too, though. Yeah,
Let's go to Sam, see what he thinks of all this.
I think I want to do like Dr. Robert. We need to do a show on exposing the rats, man.
Yeah, man, I'm down.
I want to do a show about that. Exposing is there some kind of? I always thought, I grew up thinking that rats are the lowest form of a society, and but if I would definitely want to do a show about it and expose this type of behavior,
yeah, man,
itching, ratting, whatever you want to call it, informing on your friends, your family.
Infiltrating, all that shit.
Oh well, and then go even deeper, straight up paid informants. But yeah, we could I definitely would like to do a show on that about what happens, on down the line to these people, paid informants, rats, just sellouts, bearing false witness,
crisis actors,
giving false game,
all
false
this type
game,
of type of devious behavior. We should definitely crisis actors, like you said there, Daniel. That's another one. That's a whole nother level. But I'm talking about like people that say you get caught up in whatever. Say you straight up do a crime, and your partner's in that crime, say an armed robbery, and then the other guy gets caught and he wants to rat you out. And that ain't right. The armed robbery is not right in the first place. I guess unless it's against the right people, but whatever, we'll just say armed robbery is not right. But your partner gets caught and then they turn you in for a lesser sentence, something like that. That's like the bare basics. But then you have the layers, the crisis actors, paid informants, where it's just all a stage production. I believe, Daniel, that the government the public's not biting on COVID 2.0. So they got the public's not biting on climate change. And so they got a couple more cards left. They got economic crisis, and they got big false flags coming to steer the narrative of the public consciousness here now. And so I would be on the lookout for major false flag events anytime. Blow up a federal building. And then there's 2,000. There's over 2,000 children missing in Hawaii. Nobody can account for them. They haven't shown the bodies. We don't know what happened to these children, and it's just like ho hum, brushed under the carpet. And this is like a major. Why isn't the media why isn't everybody freaking out about it? Over 2,000 missing children in Hawaii unaccounted for.
I heard about that too, man. I did. I read about it, man. That's disturbing too, that we're not making a bigger deal out of that.
We should. Everybody should be jumping up and down, screaming about it. What is happening with these children? What happened to their parents? What the hell is going on in Hawaii? But maybe that story would get some traction. But anything that gets traction, they're going to divert it. Do some of these, crisis actor events, a false flag. Real people die, but also they hype it to the end of the earth. It's the worst thing ever. Well, one of the worst things ever is 2,000 dead children or missing children in Hawaii, and it's just shrug your shoulders. No, that's a big freaking deal. You know what I mean? And we should be.
2,000 is a big number, dude. 2,000 is a big number.
It's over 2,000.
Yeah. Children too. Just so happens over 2,000 children. That's kind of. That kind of makes my spider sense tingle a little bit.
Everybody should be jumping up and down. What happened here? But it's not. So that makes me see it. That makes me think it's real. And of course, because I interviewed a pastor 2 days ago, right here in Fresno, that has relatives in Hawaii. And he's like, man, did you hear about these 2,000 missing children? I'm like, I didn't even hear about it. And I follow the news every day. And then I go search it, and it's reported one time. There's mainstream reporting on it, but like one story, and then it goes away. And so those stories are the ones that make me see it's real, because if it's fake, they'd hype it all up. They'd have all this narrative manifesto, all this phony baloney garbage around it to build up the fake narrative. But if they report on it once and then you never hear about it again, hey, that's real.
Especially if you hear about it through kind of alternate routes, like somebody on Twitter. I saw Laura Loomer talking about it.
Testimony, man, firsthand testimony from a pastor that has family there that's saying this. And then I went and looked it up, and I was like, yeah, here's reports verifying. I trusted the guy. I was like, this guy's telling the truth, but I just verified it for my own, so I could understand what's going on, to hear a little bit more about it, because he covered a lot about the Hawaii fire. And yeah.
Sam, are you familiar with David Paulides?
No.
Well, he wrote these books and stuff, and his whole thing is like these national forests and how all these people go missing every year, and there's all these like tunnels.
About I think maybe does he talk about the portals?
Maybe, but his whole thing is like,
was he on Coast to Coast?
Well, it's kind of like, basically what I'm getting at is what you're talking about, what we're seeing with these children going missing in Hawaii. it's a microcosm of a bigger issue that's been going on for a long time, of children going missing and also adults going missing and nobody making a big deal about it. It's just getting
to a guy, I forget the guy's name, but it was exactly what you're saying. All these missing people in the national forests.
Yeah, that might have been David Paulides, but there's tons of this going on.
Yeah, but 2,000 children in Hawaii missing from the fires. The school district reported that they didn't show up to school the next week. Like, where are all these children? What is going on here, man?
Yeah, it's really freaky stuff. Let's go ahead and I want to get back to our guests just a little bit. We'll get back to you guys in a second here. You still there, MC?
I'm here, Daniel. Thank you.
What do you think of all that? Missing kids in Hawaii. Is that freaking you out?
Not freaking me out. Yeah, I haven't read about it. I really don't follow too much mainstream media, to be honest with you. So yeah, I haven't read the story. I'd have to look at the sourcing and that kind of stuff. That's kind of how I analyze the news. But yeah, I'm pretty much in opposition to mainstream media. I try not to spend too much time thinking about it, to be honest, because they're always trying to, you mentioned some methods of control, false flag narratives, psychological operations, stuff like that. So I think January 6th was one of those where I think it was pretty clear that, it was pretty clear that Trump had planned something, going on January 6th. It was all over social media. And then all of a sudden, somehow, surprised, the authorities in D.C. So I think that they were enabled, certainly if they wanted to stop it and use violence to stop it. But what they did was want to, capitalize on the political, theater that would have been caused from January 6th. And when I say they, the opposition party, I guess, to the Republicans, at least the Democrats, they wanted to make sure the event was violent so that they could use it to, win the 2020 election. But yeah, I don't know anything about this. The 2,000 kids missing. I'll just take I'll take Sam's word for it for now, at least.
For sure, yeah, it's freaky stuff. Certainly, I don't trust the media. What's weird is they actually showed these statistics before that showed that people actually trust local media more than national media, as if somehow the fact that it's in their local area has this, I guess you'd say, like a subliminal mind control effect, or it's more trusting. Like if you're covering stories down my block or in my city that I can verify are actually happening, well, that means I'm going to believe the rest of the bullshit you throw at me, or the bullshit that you throw at me.
Well, and I think Dr. Robert had talked about local communities. So I think that makes sense to me, that people are more trusting of local communities. There's at least some familiarity, to them. I think that, I either want, there's two different paths you can take to anarchism. You can go anarcho-communism, where society is organized around local communities and the stakeholders that have a say in, the goings on of the society, where you could, kind of organize it around the workplace. I'd like to get rid of nation states. I'd like to get rid of standing armies, potentially even the police. So I want to get rid of these all powerful, for example, the United States in the military industrial complex, nearly $1 trillion, weapons and defense budget. Of course, they say it's defense. How is, for example, like Afghanistan or Vietnam or Iraq, how are these, or, Guatemala, Nicaragua, countries that are thousands of miles away from American borders, how, when the United States goes and invades, how is that defensive? They're not threatening, our safety, certainly not my safety. So even, if you want to go back to linguistics and terminology in words, even words like defense, or propagandized, and even, like the truth, for example, I did there was some things about Trump that I didn't mind, like his fake news, he kind of said stuff that everyone, on the tip of everyone's tongue, like public trust in CNN, Fox News, all these corporate news factories that want to tell us a certain kind of story, want to, as I call them, the agenda-setting media. They use kind of like a filtering system. They suppress some information. They pick experts, so for example, student loan forgiveness is a big. So this is how the news will kind of present a story. There was like something about a student debt strike, and the news picked an expert, and they were like, what do you think about the student debt strike? What if kids, students, whatever, just stop paying on their student loans as the interest rates and the loan payments, it starts today. It goes back after almost 4 calendar years, or actually after 4 calendar years of the debt pause. A Democratic administration that campaigned on debt forgiveness is actually now turning into the largest debt collector in the world, $2 trillion. And what they had the media do was they wanted to sell, because the media is owned by corporations, and they're often parts of larger corporations. Financial institutions that are going to make a lot of money off of charging interest to these students. So they had the argument, what if there's a student debt strike, and they had an expert on there that says that would be a terrible idea. The students should not have a debt strike. They should pay these loans back. Who was the expert? He worked for one of these loan institutions. These loan sharks. These predatory financial institutions. So that's what they do. They have a certain narrative that they want to sell, and then they can kind of pick and choose the expert that's going to give the right opinion. Now I'll quote Henry Kissinger. He was, I believe, the Secretary of State during the Reagan administration, and he basically said that intellectuals or experts, what they do is they're chosen essentially by elites to articulate the consensus of the ruling class, of the establishment. So that's another tactic that the media does, is if they have a certain agenda or a story they want to run, they're going to pick and choose the right expert, and they're going to have some credibility. Maybe they even went to Harvard. This guy went to Harvard, he must know what he's talking about. That's
yeah.
And
he went to Harvard. Everybody listen to him.
but then there's historical engineering. Well, they'll maybe there'll be some element of truth to some of the information that they tell you, but they'll change it up a little bit. They'll rework it, or they'll omit some things that might be important. I'll even go to Goebbels and the Ministry of Propaganda, Nazi Germany. If you repeat, this is the law of propaganda. If you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes truth. So, yeah.
Plus, even if somebody's like hella smart, you could be an evil genius. You could be like a mad scientist. Just because you're really smart and like 5 times smarter than an average person doesn't mean that what you are saying is ethical, moral, or right.
Sure. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I think
look at the Nazis.
All these leaders aren't necessarily, they understand that most people are not bad people. Most people are morals. So they could easily say, for imperialism or for power, wealth, and economic agenda, whatever, they could easily say, hey, we're going to invade this country because we want to extract wealth. We want to conquer this country. We want to kill all these people and put in a puppet regime. But they don't do that. They say we're spreading democracy, or we're trying to overthrow a bad regime, a dictator, blah, blah, blah. So they understand that most people are moral and just. So they don't tell us these are power plays. What they try to do is propagandize us with some messianic vision. Like, sure, America, what we're trying to do is spread democracy, and we're different than every other power that came before us. We're a city on a hill, American exceptionalism, blah, blah, blah. But for the most part,
finally a good country. Finally.
Yeah.
The noble and great.
I found a Norm Macdonald quote. I think he said, I'll have to find one. You can keep talking. Let me find this. I like Norm Macdonald. You guys listen to him at all? He's hilarious.
I'd like to politely object to all this talk of us having a country, because what we call our country is just a part of the world government. And that's why the militaries all do all these things that are without consent of Congress, because in the Constitution, only Congress can have the power to wage war. And that, well, on a further note, you see, take away all the branding of all the names and stuff. How there's all these terms for stuff. Take it all away, and what you got left is either people that are pro individual rights or they're against individual rights, and that's a key thing, because it seems like your head's in the right space, but you've got all these brands, these names of things that are, you have this common conception of what, the idea of what they are, but then you're confused about why things are happening. And the reason why you're confused is because there's like a mountain of lies that the politicians have made where, you know, democracy is a code word for socialism, and the people that are running the show, you know, they've already conquered the whole world, and that any country that they're fighting, the UN Charter and the socialists at the UN, their definition of peace was the total absence of all opposition to socialism. So any country that doesn't like socialism or the World Bank, they just instantly force American soldiers to invade. And technically, under constitutional terms, there is to be no standing army except for a navy to overlook the imports and exports of, you know, ships and goods and stuff. And so everything that's going on right now is totally unconstitutional. There shouldn't be any military because Congress hasn't waged war for 70 years. and all this there's so much you know, it's like these corporations and stuff. See, it's like socialism is where the government doesn't fully own the corporations, but they help them and assist them in a way to where it suits the government's needs. But then when it's full communism, the government is the corporations. And in the book Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, they point out how there's other books too where Rothschild and all the biggest names in the world were, you know, supplying the Nazis and the Bolshevik communists with, you know, money to because in all situations they've always armed both sides because it's all about money.
I had on my podcast, I had a guy in banking, big banking, and he had broken down, he's, you know, somewhat high up, and he had broken down the campaign contributions. It's 50-50 Republican, 50-50 Democrat. They're going to pay off both sides so that at the end of the election, someone that's going to get in power is going to reward them. So they kind of hedge their bets, if you will.
Oh, yeah. It's like basically in modern politics, besides maybe like a select few people, all of the Democrats are all communists and all of the Republicans are all socialist Nazis. So it's like we're in this equilibrium of insanity where nobody's pro-Constitution, everybody's selling us down the river for all this money. You know, it's like they're pushing all electric cars and shit because they want everybody to buy all new shit, all new house fans, and there's some kind of house fan regulation going on in my state. It's like they have what's called a financial and interest. It's and even in the courts, the judges have financial interests where every case, if you lose the case, no matter what case it is, no matter what jurisdiction, the judge will make more money if you lose than if you win. And therefore, that's a financial interest in a breach of the judicial oath. They all take a judicial oath, and that the judicial rules of code of conduct. It says specifically judges cannot have a financial interest, but yet every day they do in every courtroom in America where they're getting more money for making you guilty, and they don't care about the evidence or anything. What's going on in the system? It's just like that. It's like that. You remember in the Batman Bane movie where there was all the judges just sentencing people to death?
Yeah.
That's basically what's going on right now. That's why you see that fucking guy from that stupid group called what's that stupid group called? Proud Boys, which to me it sounds no different than gay pride. But the point though is that they sentenced that dude to 17 years in prison for trespassing in a government building. And then
technically we should own those buildings. If you lived in a real democracy, right? We should own those buildings. But
well, democracy is, our founding fathers were against democracy because they say, I mean, Jordan Maxwell puts it the harshest, where he said democracy is 49 white people hanging one black person. They all voted for it. You know, that's democracy. That's an example of the evil of democracy, and because it's mob rule. It's like, oh, let's all rape this chick. We voted to rape this chick. She doesn't have a vote, you know. Like,
yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of it that way. That's interesting.
It's evil. That's why they're taking away individual rights. because they're all the mob and they don't give a fuck about your rights. They want what you got. And if you got something that they can't, it's like, that's why they're going so hard against the guns, because fucking they don't want us to be able to protect ourselves from the fascist, communist, fucking steel-toed, or damn it, I forget the term. The boot, the
jackboot.
Yeah, jackbooted thug, fucking Nazi popo that run around raping everybody with their fucking unconstitutional laws and shit. And then they all give certain people leeway and stuff if they're all part of their secret societies and stuff, and
Let me read this Norm Macdonald quote here. It says here in the history book that luckily the good guys have won every single time. What are the odds? Norm Macdonald, big fan of that guy. R.I.P.
Oh yeah, Norm Macdonald. He just recently passed away, didn't he?
He did. I saw him live one time.
Wait,
he was
did
awesome. Yeah, he did. He's dead.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Norm Macdonald. Oh,
like all this group of friends, like Bob Saget, Norm Macdonald, they were all friends. Artie Lang is still alive, but he's in bad shape.
Yeah, how? That's
how?
Terrible,
yeah. Who would have thought that those guys would be gone before him?
Yeah. So let me get to the Constitution. As an anarchist, I don't care about the Constitution. I don't care about something written by a cold dead hand. I don't care about
but you
a
don't
document that was
understand.
a pro-slavery document. I don't care much about it. I mean, maybe some people take it seriously.
But
As an anarchist, I don't care that much about it.
Yeah, but you don't understand. Let me object to that.
That's an opinion, though. It's an opinion.
Well,
you can't object to it. It's an opinion.
No. The founding fathers, they were trying to create the closest thing to anarchy they could because they were sick of the king's intervention. At that time, no people were free. And
I agree.
And so they made at least themselves free. And then
it was an improvement on the system for sure. Now, if you were a Native American, a woman, or a slave, it wasn't too good. It wasn't a democracy, surely. But it was an improvement of being ruled over by a king.
Throw the racist stuff away, and what you got is a constitution. It was a contract, and that it was a contract based on the Native American way of government and the Masonic constitution up before the Masons were taken over by the Illuminati. And that what they wanted was to put a cage around the government. That's what the 10 square mile clause is that it encages the government within 10 square miles.
Was that Washington, D.C.? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, they referred to the government as a beast and that they needed to cage it because it was evil. And so they built this contract, which was like a spell made of words, which bound the beast within the 10 square miles. And then on top of that, they were like, we're not signing this shit unless we can add the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights, the 10th Amendment, says any jurisdiction granted by the state cannot be, the Fed can't have the same jurisdiction over you that the state has. And what's going on is that through unconstitutional emergency states of power or emergency power acts, they've destroyed 10 square mile clause through the 14th Amendment, which was illegally enacted. In that when in Erie Railroad versus Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court ruled that the 14th Amendment created a duality of citizenship where the state citizen was also a federal citizen. And what that did was violate the 10th Amendment and the 10 square mile clause. And that amendment could have never existed. I mean, the part about equality with people, that part's good, but the duality of citizenship is where they open the door for all states to become federal jurisdiction. And so right now, even though we're sitting in a state, this isn't a state because a state is a sovereign, independent nation, in that they have created a thing where everywhere is federal jurisdiction, and that's why you have to pay unconstitutional taxes out of your paycheck every week because fucking they've created unlimited power, and because that's the clause. It says that they have unlimited power within the 10 square miles. But when they've extended the 10 square miles to all the states, that means they have unlimited power to legislate in all cases whatsoever within all the states. And that's how they're running this fascist, you know, this fascist ego trip society that is like enslaving everyone with unconstitutional money. That, you know, our money is supposed to be gold and silver. There's no gold and silver money. That's how we're getting robbed. Is that the IMF?
We have a fiat currency. It's based on nothing. It's created.
Yeah, it's well,
out of
no,
thin air.
For my research, I believe that it's based on, they see when you're born, they take your feet and they dip them in ink, and then they put you under contract, and your birth certificate's on banknote paper, and it's always stored in the state capitol. And that they use these contracts to incorporate you, and then they use the corporations in collateral with the International Monetary Fund for the Federal Reserve notes, which bear the same number marks on the paper as the back of your Social Security card. You can look at the back on the Social Security card at the red number. Sometimes it's a different color, and it'll be the same type of numbers as on the money, because all the money is they're selling us. They're using it to. That's why they want all these people from Mexico to be citizens, because they want to. They have this racket going on. It's like a giant. It's not even. It's like they're communists, and they're capitalizing off from communism because they've enslaved the masses. All these companies are all like government-owned companies that are just pretending to be individually owned. It's like in China. It's like China makes more exports on capital, all sorts of products that they're exporting more than any other country in the world. And the UN is giving them leniency and saying that since they're a developing country, that they can pollute as much as they want, you know, and they're sitting there capitalizing off all this shit that they're sending to our country. And meanwhile, they've taken away our country's means of production so that we can't even make anything, because everybody's just working at restaurants and garbage ass places and fucking. It's like that's their plan, is to have destroyed the middle class.
I agree here. I agree with that. Keep going on that point.
We'll have to come back to Clint in a little bit.
They have destroyed the middle class, though. That's something I completely agree with, and that's kind of my politics are rooted in working class solidarity.
It's all about the working class, empowering the regular average Joe, and not the guy that's born into money, et cetera, et cetera. Solidarity forever,
for sure.
That's an interesting symbol, the fist in the air.
Isn't it?
Kind of represents fighting the power.
Feels good. I like the pirate flag in your background. I've always loved pirates. I don't know. I think I've always been an anarchist. Something about pirates and anarchism and no government. I'd love to have been on Blackbeard's crew, man. I think it'd been a good time. Just in the Atlantic, sailing and taking whatever you want. I know that's no government. And that's not a society I want to live in. But I bet you those guys felt pretty free on those pirate ships, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I see it. Like, if I'm the exact same way. Back in the day, I'd be joining a pirate ship and living some kind of lawless life. I should be some kind of biker or something, an outlaw.
I got a book on Vikings too. I got a book on Vikings in the other room too, man. I think that would have been. I mean, those people were violent and they did terrible things. But I think if you were part of the Viking crew, sailing the world and taking whatever you wanted, at some part, I mean, that's as free as you can get. You know, living off the land, living in these seas. But again, that's not a society. I don't think that they had much morality, and certainly I don't want a society, structured around Vikings or pirates. But
I did have a question for you, kind of in this area. Like, my question is, okay, a similar thing going on nowadays, where a lot of people are trying to do like this homesteading thing, go off grid, self-sustain, have a chicken coop. Are you for that type of lifestyle?
Sure, why not?
Does this fit into the anarchist perspective?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, we don't want to be ruled on by illegitimate authority. You know, I want a unified left. You know, I'm on board. I'm not on board with fascists. I'm not on board with the Proud Boys. But sure, I get down with some Marxists. I get down with some liberals. I'm definitely get down with the anarchists.
What about Antifa?
I'm sorry?
What about Antifa?
As long as it's nonviolent, yeah. I want a nonviolent means to revolution, a bottom-up revolution, a populist revolution, a democratic revolution. Yeah, I'm down with Antifa as long as they're literally not in being involved in aggressive acts and violence. I believe in free speech. So I believe that your political opponent and enemy has the same rights to free speech as if you believe in free speech truly, you believe your enemy and your opponent has the right to it as you do. So I oppose cancel culture and getting on the mic and, Antifa, stopping, right-wing people from speaking and talking. I disagree with that. That's typically.
I really appreciate that. I think that's very wise of you to say that. That's kind of like the one thing that you could say that I think separates you from some of these other, more leftist people that are into the cancel culture and stuff like that. There's no way I could ever agree with that because it's hypocritical.
Here's one for you. I consider myself a classical conservative because I take things like human rights, individual rights. So I'll go back to that. I agree with individual rights. I don't think corporations should have rights. I don't think large groups of people should have rights. I think individuals should have rights. But I take things like liberty, justice, democracy, freedom. Those are kind of Enlightenment era values. Talking about like 17th, 18th century. So I would say I'm a classical conservative in that I view the things that they were fighting for, in the 1700s, 1800s, early or late 1600s. I take those things seriously. I also think that I want to quote the factory girls. I think it was Lowell, Massachusetts, when the capitalist machine was imposed on people. That's what they thought the Civil War was about. Many people in the North thought they were fighting against wage slavery. So I'm going to quote the factory girls who opposed this new capitalist system, who opposed this new spirit of the age, all for wealth, forgetting all but self. I think that those that work in the factory ought to own it. I don't think that is a radical position. In fact, that was the same position as the Republican Party at the time of Lincoln. Again, many of the people in the Republican Party at the time, and the parties switched around a little bit because they don't really stand for much. They're basically, we have one party in the United States, the business party, with two factions. But it has to be beaten out of our heads. Solidarity and the fact that, we don't need bosses and managers. We can kind of do this ourselves. So again,
I think some companies out there kind of have the right idea a little bit more, like some of these tech companies. And unfortunately, you have to be higher up on the food chain to even get this. But some employees actually get like stock dividends and stuff like that, where they're awarded a certain amount of stock each month or quarterly or yearly or something like that. This is kind of verging into that territory, is it not?
So I read a statistic on this. For the 5-year startup, traditional corporations, I think it's something like around half are still around, with that hierarchy, the traditional hierarchy. Those that are described as, kind of co-ops where there's equal distribution of like power or potentially profits or stock, that sort of thing. More equality. So, for example, Mondragon, it's a co-op, the largest in the world, started in Spain, the same place the anarchist revolution started. Is that a coincidence? I think not. But yeah, I think the average, I think it's like the highest paid worker in Mondragon, like the executive, because it's still within a capitalist system, so there is some hierarchy. I think it's somewhere between like 3 and 9 times the lowest paid earner, or lowest paid worker. So there's wage ceilings there. If you go to a traditional capitalist system, it's 300 times the CEO is making 300 times the lowest paid worker, sometimes even 1,000 times the lowest paid worker. But if you compare the traditional 5-year startup of a co-op, typically those are more resilient and they're around in 5 years 80% of the time. So I think they're growing. They're growing in popularity. And I always go back to, Mondragon out of Spain. It's the largest in the world, 100,000 or so employees. And of course, it's part of the capitalist system, but is worker owned, worker controlled, worker managed.
Sam, did you want to chime in here?
Yeah, first off, Noam Chomsky sold everybody out. You should go look, Mr. Anarchist. I don't know what anarchy you're looking at, but Noam Chomsky sold us out. He basically said round up unvaccinated people and put them in camps. So I don't know what people's deal, whatever you're trying to say.
That was taken out of context. I've argued with people. Go ahead and find the
quote from him, dude. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Come on.
What's the direct quote? I
posted the link. Come on, man. He sold us out.
What's the quote say? What's the quote say?
Oh my gosh, I don't even want to get
those
into
that are unvaccinated should remove themselves from society. He did not suggest
That's one. There's a video of them saying it. Anyway, you're talking about corporativism, not capitalism. Okay, so you're talking about a totally wrong, different system. We don't have
remove themselves from society.
We don't have a capitalist system. We have a corporativist system, which is basically merger of state and corporate interests. It's basically fascism, whatever terminology you want to use. None of these corporations could operate without being signed off by the government. Okay, so I'm an anarchist as well, but your anarchy, and words do have meaning.
You're
like
right.
Clint said, and so you can't just throw out, oh, anarchist, democracy, blah blah blah. No, it does all have meaning. And why aren't you showing your face there, MC? What are you afraid of, man?
There's consequences.
For what, dude? For what? I'm blasting. I'm banned on Facebook, YouTube, Google, Spotify. They'll probably ban Daniel's show for me being on it, dude. And so you come over here and spout your BS, trying to influence people. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of your BS. I show my face. I'm Sam Chaney, Weaponized News, and you're really starting to piss me off with your communist propaganda.
Democracy. I'm not a communist. I did not.
Dude, you're out of line, dude. I'm sorry to tell you.
Why are you mad, bro?
Because you're out of line. Show your face, brother. Show your face. You see me right here.
I don't want to get.
You're spouting a bunch of propaganda bullshit, man.
All right.
Well, hey, I'm invited to come on the show, and so I'm entitled to my opinion. Everybody, you like your books. This is the book everybody should go read to tell you what's really going on in this country. The Anglo-American Establishment, not no Noam Chomsky by Carol Quigley. This tells you who really runs things. All right. And so cut your Noam Chomsky socialist communist bullshit. Tragedy and hope right here. This is what the real agenda is. The one world government agenda. It's eugenics depopulation agenda. They're trying to kill everybody as fast as they can here now. And so that's what time it is. And to cut all the bullshit and your fake anarchy. You're a fake anarchist, man.
All right.
And so you've never spoken about objective morality. You're talking about workers' rights. We're not all equal. I'm sorry, man.
You're right. We're not.
Well, the accountants are trained in how to do that job. The engineers are trained to how to do that job. The janitor floor sweeper doesn't measure up to those highly trained, skilled positions.
If we cleaned up after ourselves, we wouldn't need a janitor. If we all cleaned up after ourselves, we wouldn't need a janitor.
I'm using your own examples, man.
I oppose technocracy or technocratic society where
it's called technocracy, man.
Yeah, I oppose that. Whatever that is, I don't even read about it because it's nonsense.
Well, you should, because that's the system they're implementing.
You're right. They are implementing that system. I think it's baloney. I oppose it.
Well, you should know what you're talking about before you come on Daniel's podcast and just spouting bullshit, man. You should know what you're talking about, and you're disrespecting your audience. Okay, I'm Sam Chaney, Weaponized News. You go look at all my interviews, all my work. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Excuse my language, but people like you piss me off because you're muddying the water. You're muddying the water. You won't even show your face, man. And so you're bullshit. You're bullshit. I'm out.
The reason I came on today was to piss you off, and I did it.
Well, you did. You did. You're bullshit. I'm out. All right.
Thank you. That's a compliment.
Well, thanks, Sam, for hopping on. Appreciate you sharing your opinion. And MC, I hope that you're okay with being challenged a little bit, having a little debate. That got a little heated, but that's kind of
not by me. I'm calm. I'm calm as a cucumber, brother. Look at that. Calm as a cucumber.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate you being a good sport. Do you think that Sam is right about anything that he's saying, or is he completely wrong? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he said some points that I agree with. If he would have Chomsky. So let's talk about authoritarianism. I oppose that in terms of the vaccinated. I think that public trust in institutions are at or near all-time lows. So instead of forcing people to get vaccinated, what they could have done is made more transparent the research and the process of I guess, creating these vaccines. If they didn't have anything to hide, there would have been a lot more transparency, a lot more research, a lot more people going on and talking and taking hard questions and criticisms. But instead, they took the typical approach, which is authoritarianism, and they used manufacture of consent, which is Chomsky's most famous book. They essentially said, if you're not going to get vaccinated, you're going to lose your job. Your child isn't going to be able to go to school. Chomsky said they should remove themselves from society. And, he was a little bit strong and harsh against people that didn't want to get vaccinated. That was his opinion. But by no means did he say that they should be rounded up and put into concentration camps. Now that's really taking them out of context. But I would go a little bit, I would disagree on Chomsky, and I've had discussions with people that disagreed with his approach to the vaccine and to the COVID mandated, vaccines and that sort of thing. But he's entitled to his opinion.
Actually, brother, let's hop off of this topic, because as much as I'd love to get into this is a forbidden topic, and this would get us deplatformed. So I apologize for that.
You're right.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So where else? But
hey,
go?
I got plenty of questions. Good. So would you say that racism is a major problem in this country?
I think so. Sure. Yeah. I think there's a lot of racist people. And I think that racism is a byproduct of being ignorant. I think that people aren't born racist. I think it's a product of culture and, unfortunately, a belief system that's just, wrong. I think that we're all equal. We're all the same. We're more similar than different. I think we're all stardust, if you want to go back to some physics stuff. But yeah, I think that racism is a big problem. And I think the way to solve that is to educate people and to try to foster things like solidarity, camaraderie, cooperation, and know that we're all in this together. I think that I don't believe in war. I'm a peace activist. The only war I believe in is class war. So I think we need to fight back against the 1%. And I think if the 99% come together, whatever your race, gender, or sexual identity, we will win. Typically, class war is one-sided. Those with concentrated wealth and power are always winning this war. And as the working class, it's always an uphill battle. I always like to go back to, I'm from Western Pennsylvania, the Homestead riots, the Homestead strikes, where workers were fighting for, an 8-hour workday. They wanted weekends. They wanted better pay. They were, I think, working something like 12 days a week 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for like $2 a day or something like that. And eventually
that's exploitation. Clearly.
Yeah, it's exploitation. So eventually they said, we're not going to do it anymore. We're going to strike. And so what did Carnegie Steel do? They got the Pinkertons, which is a private security force, to come in and break the strike and use violence and shoot them down. So unfortunately, many died that day. But what we have to thank is, generations of workers that came before us, and we have better benefits, a little bit better pay. We have weekends. The 8-hour day is standard, although working hours continue to be on the rise. But I think that
I read before that. Sure, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. I was about that anyways. That was just my point.
I read somewhere that Native Americans, they had to hunt and gather for food, but if you took when they were active during certain seasons and you averaged it all out, they were probably only working about 4 hours a day.
I'm looking on my phone right now. Peasants day. So okay, here we go. Let's go to England, 14th century. Peasants worked no more than 150 days a year, so more than half the year off. So yeah, Americans are some of the,
and these are peasants.
Yeah,
the dirtiest, most poor people that are getting trampled on by the kings and queens. They're working way less than us. They have a life of leisure.
They're laughing at us right now. So yeah, we're some of the most overworked, propagandized people on earth. There's no reason we need a 5-day work week, spending the majority of our years, the majority of our waking hours, servicing the man. I think we need to fight back. I think a good start would be the 4-day work week. Let's get to a 4-day work week, and eventually, maybe not in my lifetime, but I think workers should own and control the means of production. Now, when I say that, I do not mean the Soviet Union. I don't want a centralized state. I want real working class ownership and democracy over society, not some commissar class of some fascist or centralized state like the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany. I don't want any of those things. And I definitely, like Sam was saying, definitely do not want a one world government. That sounds terrible. I do not want that at all.
How many times have you seen this? So, like, you go work for a company, right? It's not necessarily a corporation, it's privately owned. Everybody's working like 45, 50 hours a week, but the owner, like, he's not even like really that present.
A day. Yeah, maybe an hour or two a day. Yeah, I've seen it.
You're working to make him rich, and he's in Toledo in a golf tournament.
Let's go to rent. I mean, should there be rent? Should you be paying your landlord's mortgage? I mean, what about that?
Oh, we have a question from the chat that I kind of overlooked. Sorry to switch topics on you, but MC Squared, do you believe in God?
I'm agnostic. That's unintelligible. What's God? Define it.
A creator, a man in the sky with a beard, who we sometimes sacrifice goats to, I guess.
No, I do not. What created the universe? I have no clue. And I don't think humankind, human beings will ever know that answer. So that's why I say I'm agnostic. That's why I say I'm agnostic. Hey, what up, Dr.
You got kind of heated there.
Yeah, that was wild.
Oh, man. Like OK Corral or some shit.
It's violence in the streets.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us. But I do have a question, man.
Yes.
There's some aspects of anarchism that kind of leave me perplexed a little bit. Like, and this is the best way I can describe it. Like, how do we prevent the rise of a fucking tyrant, man? Like, just it seems like it presupposes like a certain theory of human nature for anarchy to actually even be possible. Like a more benign view of human nature would be opposite from the Hobbesian view of nature, which is a war all against all. Because how to prevent somebody, just some strong motherfucker? I mean, because we're not equal, like in stature and physicality. From going around punking little motherfuckers, and making them, do things, the way they want to do. I see this in the hood all the time, man. They had a motherfucker from the islands in Pomona, man. They used to call him the general, right? And he just bent like a lot of motherfuckers to his will, man, and created his own fraction within, they were Bloods, Damus, but I mean, like, he had a whole crew, man. He would say shit like charge and everything. They used to salute the motherfucker and everything, man. I mean, like, how can you prevent the rise of somebody, man? If you have no police, no law enforcement, no rules and regulations, man, and nothing to enforce the regulations, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
I want rules. I want regulations. I don't know if we need police necessarily. And I'm not saying the police as we see them today, man, but we need some type
to
the
police.
So what? Do they have to carry guns? I mean, I've read some articles on social workers that are very good at de-escalating the situation. When we have here, let's go back to the gun culture in America, and most of the rest of the world. We have a domestic disturbance. It might end in a fight, maybe battery or something like that, but both people live to fight another day. In the United States, a lot of time a domestic disturbance ends in a homicide because of the crazy gun culture. So I do not.
But I don't think you're understanding me, dude. I'm talking about a guy who just has this impulse to fucking conquer, like somebody just born who just wants it all. Like a narcissistic personality,
kind of like who I was talking about earlier on Road Warrior, where like the Lord Humongous or whatever his name is, the guy with no shirt that's like, raw, everybody's gonna bend my will.
I don't subscribe to social Darwinism. Man. I don't subscribe to social Darwinism. I don't.
No, but I'm not just whether you subscribe to it or not, man. This shit is real.
It is real.
You know what I mean?
Real.
Like that shit's real. You see it in Animal Kingdom all day long. So I'm saying like, what do we do about these silverbacks? Like
education.
Silverbacks.
We got to educate people. Yeah, no doubt. We got to educate people. I don't want to.
Now you sound like Socrates, though, but that's what Socrates and them said. That goes back to what Clint Eastwood was saying, because that Socrates ship of state argument. That's how Jefferson. Because before the ancients always thought democracy was bad. Like none of the ancients had anything good to say
back
about
to ancient
democracy.
Greece.
But hear me out real quick. So Socrates basically, so Jefferson, because Socrates says like the government should be ruled by experts, those who know. That's what he means by experts, basically.
Yeah.
So then you have Thomas. That's why we have a public school system, right?
You're right.
It's because Thomas Jefferson said, in order to make to justify democracy based on what we understand the ancients told us about it, for its tendency to disintegrate into the tyranny of the majority over the few, we'll have public education. We'll educate everybody, so everybody would be able to be an expert in democracy, and that's why we have civil and stuff like that. But we know that shit doesn't work, man. You just always have somebody like us. We're born that way. We just don't trust the government. Fuck the government. You're not going to tell me what to do. I don't like those fucking rules. I think they're tyrannical. See, what do you do about these people, man, who like not only don't agree with the type of system, whatever the fucking system they're born into, who always want more and didn't have enough strength, enough willpower to bend other people in their will and then force them to make the lives of other people miserable. That's the problem I think with anarchy. Yeah,
that's a difficult question because I don't know. Listen, I'm by no means smart enough to plan out how society should be structured in 5 years, 10 years, 100 years. I like some ideas and concepts. I oppose the death penalty. So even like for Hitler, for example, like I oppose the death penalty no matter what, universally. So a tyrant, another tyrant, maybe one similar to Hitler, if they came to power, I think we could throw them in prison potentially and try to educate them or try to reform them or try to rehabilitate that individual. But yeah, I think I kind of like the idea of like Norway. I think the max punishment is like 25 years, even for like a serial killer. So I think generally the way I see it, typically, civilized societies are societies that have less harsh laws and punishments and that sort of thing. So I think democracy, though, I think that democracy is the biggest weapon against tyrants. A tyrant is going to say, "Hey, I'm gonna rule, and this is how things are going to go, and that's the end of it." If we live in a real democracy, people would come together and say, "No."
But let's be fair, man. Not all kings were tyrants, man. There were some good, loving kings, man.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if some were better than others. Some were better than others.
No, but I'm saying, but that's what anything. That's what I'm trying to say. That's just the fault of the human condition, man. It goes back to what I'm saying. It presupposes, man, a certain benign form of human nature, dude. Like human beings that are almost saints. Like y'all.
So can I read a quote here? Let me read a quote
sure.
here. I love Thomas Jefferson. You brought him up a couple of times. He's my favorite founding father. He was a classical liberal. I would say I'm a classical conservative or a classical liberal. I mean, these terms to me mean similar things, to be honest with you. I'm not a Hobbesian by no means. I don't think democracy means a society, or anarchism is not like a world of everyone versus everyone else or whatever he said. But here's Jefferson, who also believed in revolution every generation, once a generation, just to keep government honest. I'm all about that. It sounds pretty cool. I'm not necessarily saying I agree with violent revolution, but I think we should change stuff up once a generation. That sounds like a good idea to me. Here's Thomas Jefferson here, who also owned slaves. He literally owned people. So although he was writing about liberty and justice and democracy and all that stuff, you have to kind of remember that he literally owned other people. So, maybe he didn't actually believe.
And he had sex with them too.
You're right. Yeah. Here's Jefferson.
Damn, this is a good measure.
He's like, this is the life, man. We got to keep going with this.
The end of democracy and the defeat of the American Revolution will occur when government falls into the hands of lending institutions and moneyed corporations. So when Sam says stuff about the IMF and the World Bank, I'm all about that. I want a decentralized banking system. I do not want a banking system that's too big to fail. So honestly, yeah, if Sam and I would talk a little bit more, I think we'd find ourselves having a lot more common ground than he might originally think.
You can invite him on your podcast. You guys could fight for a couple hours.
Yeah, some WWF shit. Yeah.
But fuck you, man. I'm out. Shit.
No, I'm out. I'm out of here.
Cut it a promo.
That shit is crazy, man. He ain't here to defend himself, so I'm gonna be cool.
No, we all love Sam. Sam's one of us. He's part of our club.
I think we're down, man. I think we have a lot more in common. If you could have talked.
No. Man. I think I know it goes back to language, and I think it's the language and terms that separate us. You know, it goes back. It goes back. That's what I'm saying, man. Like whenever you're dealing with language, there's always this like this phenomenon of spellcraft. You get where I'm coming from, Daniel?
Yeah.
Like Thomas
Absolutely.
Jefferson.
Linguistics.
Thomas Jefferson is saying that shit, right? The words are convincing that he actually exists in that reality. You know, Nietzsche talks about that. He said language can be viewed as a putative science. We think that just because we have words and phrases and ways of conceptualizing things, using words, we think those things really exist. And they don't sometimes. You know, so like, it's almost as it's like, you know, like we talk about these things, but there's a part of us that realize these things don't really exist. And even Plato's philosophy suggests that to some extent when he talks about the world of ideas and forms. Because see, what we're able to like.
Now you're getting back to Plato.
No, because let me tell you, man. What's his name? I forget his. Charles. Damn. What's his name? The famous philosopher. Fuck. He's British.
Oh, Bertrand Russell?
Bertrand Russell says all philosophy is nothing but a footnote to Plato, dude.
Wow,
like all
that's fire. That's fire.
All philosophy, man, is built so like the world, even Christianity.
Hell yeah.
Like Christianity used Plato. It needed Platonism to explain itself. Like Platonism gave Christianity its actual metaphysics. Yeah. What I'm trying to say right here basically is like the world of forms, right? Like we're just shadows of the form. Remember, we're just the shadows in the cave, right?
Yeah,
we're just the shadows, so we can never really quite.
We can't see the puppets behind us putting on the show. We're just looking at the shadows, right?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, that's what it is. Basically, like we can't really achieve a perfect democracy. So like any attempts to achieve those are futile.
Democracy is the fight for democracy is never over. I 100% agree with that. We can never attain a perfect democracy. The second we think we've made a perfect democracy, we're about to get, railroaded by concentrated wealth and power.
Yeah, that's a good. We'll get back to Dr. Robert in a second, but that's really interesting about everything being forms, because if we are just forms, like what's going on with all this exploitation and all this energy that's just going to a select few?
Well, that's real. That's not a form. That's real. That's really happening. Yo, bro, I got like 10 more minutes, man. Is that cool?
Oh yeah, of course. I think we've actually gone way over what you said you were going to do. So
I'll do 10 more minutes if you want to roll for 10 more minutes, though. Whatever.
Yeah.
Anything you want to talk about with anybody, anywhere.
Let's bring Clint on again. He's been kind of ready to go for a little while.
I believe that you've been highly deceived. You see, these people, this new age, this age of light, is not an age of truth. It's an age of deception, where the masses will be deceived, pitted against each other, and used for an ultimate plan, which is the 1,000 years of light, the 1,000-point light, which George Bush says in his speech, which the Illuminists throughout the world, the world government's already here. It was signed in October 24th, 1945. Also the same day of the Black Friday stock market crash of 1927. Also the same day of the stock market crash in 2008, because this is a conspiracy orchestrated by the Illuminists. Thomas Jefferson was a double agent who was in writing on paper, writing to Adam Weishaupt. And the Illuminati conspiracy, Illuminati created democracy. They created socialism. They created the communism, all tools of the monarchy. And because the monarchy had to build circles within circles to keep themselves from the public, from the peasants' revolts when the Templars were still alive, the peasants' revolts of like whatever year, 900 or whatever, 1300, or I don't remember the year, but it was orchestrated by when real Masons were protecting people. And that those peasants' revolts, those Templars, they went from Jerusalem and found some ancient knowledge. They were extorted by the King of France, Philip the Beautiful, and then the Pope, the Pope de Bouillon or whatever. And then they took their knowledge, went to Scotland, became pirates. Then after that, they went correspondence with the founding fathers, and America was partially created through piracy. and that pirates were all Masons, and the founding fathers were Masons, and that any Mason who in ancient times, before Masonry was taken over by Illuminati and became Illuminism, if you came across a Mason anywhere, even in battle, you would stop fighting, and you would, there would be nothing. And that the trade, the pirates got away with everything because, and so did the founding fathers. They could go to Europe because they were all Masons, because they were protected. And it's just like the mafia. And the mafia, the mafia is different though, because the mafia is Vatican ran, and the Vatican ran mafia is the Jesuits, and it is the Knights of Malta, and it is all these other branched off division cells that have been created over time to all pretend to fight against each other, but then in the ultimate end create the goal, the great work of the secret societies. The great work, the same great work that Hitler was doing. When you see that. this isn't some kind of new thing that's come about. These the founding fathers of our country were sick. They knew that the kings and the emperors and the Pope, they were playing games with people, and they wanted to set people free. And that, they wanted, it was the grand experiment. That's what the founding fathers called it, to make it so the average person would have all the same rights as the King of England. And that, so we would have allodial titles. And we
Sorry, Clint, can you wrap it up? We got we got just a few minutes left with the guys. Sorry about that.
My point though is that they fought to create America before America was destroyed the second it was created, but they fought to create the Constitution to topple the kings of Europe and to topple the Pope and the churches. And it was the great revenge of the death of Jacques Delay in 1307, October 13th, where they got their revenge when they created America. And the great symbol was not an eagle, it was a phoenix. And the phoenix, the rebirth of the new Egypt, where people would be free. And and it's like everything that they fought for and worked has all been brainwashed out of everybody so hard, where we're all doomed if we don't understand what's happening, and that if we don't understand why the people died for the Constitution when they marched through 5 states with no shoes in the middle of winter, and had their feet amputated, and half of them weren't even armed. They fought against the British unarmed, against soldiers, in the middle of winter, so we could have this contract, so we could have a slice of a taste, a small morsel of freedom. And to let that all slip is to lose everything. And to and it's not joke. You can walk into some hood and say you're a gangbanger, and you might get respect from a few motherfuckers. And you can walk into some spot and say you're an anarchist, and you might get respect from a few motherfuckers. But you could walk anywhere in America and you say you're a constitutionalist, and people will throw down, and you will feel what it means, because it ain't no joke. If you've ever been locked up, you'll know what the Constitution is, because you'll see the courts screw every one of your constitutional rights. And I've been locked up when I was a kid, and that shit's legit, and it's no joke. To see your friends get beat in the face with flashlights by police, to see gangbangers shoot people and shit, and cops,
All right, sorry, Clint. I'm so apologetic to cut you off there, but we are running out of time with our guests. MC, I don't want to. You said 10 minutes, so Clint's he's on a roll and he's saying some pretty cool stuff, but I just wanted to cut him off there so we can kind of conclude things with you. Do you mind talking to one more person on panel?
Sure.
All right, let's see. Mike, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Good evening to everyone out there. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good to hear from you. Have you any thoughts on our guest today?
I'm a little bit late. I got to be honest. I was actually monitoring some things, being a mod, and I had to look at different monitors and do all that shit. So I had no time, and I apologize. It sounds like a great guest, though.
Absolutely. We'll appreciate you having you on. Perhaps you can jump back on after our short break and we can talk some news.
Oh, absolutely. And much respect to the guest. I heard just a little bit there at the end. I missed a lot, so I'm not exactly sure which, or not which, but what kind of anarchist he is. I missed all of that. I don't know for certain. As everyone knows, there's different branches and groups of anarchists out there. Ah, okay. I hear you. Okay. Gotcha.
Anarcho-syndicalism.
Anarcho-syndicalism.
Syndicalism. Thank you. All right. We will get back to you in a bit, Michael Decon. MC, just wanted to say thank you so much for joining here. I don't want to keep you too long. I know we had an agreed upon time, but before we go, why don't we go ahead and open things up one more time for you? Let you jump on that soapbox, get behind that podium, and say whatever you'd like to say to all the listeners out there. And please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug. Tell us where we can listen to you, buddy.
Yeah, so thanks for the opportunity, Daniel. Daniel did my podcast, Necessary Illusions. I'm on Twitter, whatever, X social. But, Necessary Illusions is kind of my platform where I try to get my ideas out there in long form debate. It's kind of hard in 140 characters or so. But I'm all about, working class politics. I think that there is, no war but class war, at least that is important. I think that we are ruled over and governed by a tiny segment of the population. And if we ever come together, I think the ruling class wants to divide and conquer. That's a traditional tactic. But if we could ever end the bickering and infighting, between poor people and working class people, and if we could ever understand that, we're being oppressed and exploited by a tiny segment of 1% of the population, I think the world would be a whole lot better off. I subscribe to democracy. I subscribe to liberty, justice, and the way I see anarchism is just that I oppose illegitimate authority. If there is someone that says that they have authority, or a tyrant that wants to say that they have some power over me, they must demonstrate that power. It must be legitimate. And if that authority is illegitimate, it must be dismantled and it must be replaced, with a better form of authority, or maybe even, that structure is completely dissolved. And the way I see it, like corporations or unaccountable private tyrannies, they are hierarchies. So what I'd like to do is replace these corporations with democratically organized institutions, worker-owned, worker-controlled. And that's just, kind of saying some of the battle cries of the factory women and the factory girls of the 1800s. Those who work in the factories ought to own them, and I don't think that is a radical idea. But, find me on Twitter, find me on Blue Sky, and check out the Necessary Illusions podcast. I'm all about the working class. I'm all about working class politics. Solidarity forever.
Solidarity forever.
We're all in this together, man. We're all in this together. We're just stardust, dude,
And we will have to catch up with you in the future, MC, see what new discoveries that you've made, whatever you are up to at that point. Would definitely love to have you on again. But until then, thanks so much for coming on, and I will talk to you next time, my friend.
No gods, no masters. I'm out.
And there you have it. That was MC Squared. Fantastic guest. He actually stayed longer than I expected. I know things got a little heated there, but hey, this is End of Days Radio. And one thing that I kind of want to get away from is talking about the same things too much. Like, as you guys know, I'm super into ancient history, alternative history, Illuminati, Anunnaki, that sort of thing. But we've been covering those topics a lot lately, and it's good to branch out and have a variety of topics discussed. I kind of want to get back to, other things, like maybe some Sasquatch, or exploring different political ideologies. Like, we had a communist on here before, And a lot of people were angry from that show, but I thought it was great. I think that confronting this stuff is key. Like, that's something that we've talked about a lot with Dr. Robert. Not avoiding attacking things, not avoiding the discussion, but facing it head on. If communism is wrong, let's bring a communist on here and see if we still feel the same way at the end of the program. Let's bring an anarchist on here and see if we still feel the same way at the end of the program. Why not have thought-provoking guests that have a different perspective? If we just have people come on that we agree with 100%, it just turns into a big echo chamber, which is the problem with a lot of these social media platforms nowadays. Everybody's getting streamlined into their own little separate groups. Anybody that has anything opposing to say gets algorithmed out, and there's no arguments because nobody wants things to get nasty. Nobody wants anybody to argue. If you're arguing, forget fighting in the streets. Now they don't even want us to argue anymore. And without any reasonable discourse, how are we ever going to be free? We don't know that we're prisoners unless we have access to all the information. And just bringing on people that think the same way that we do is not going to help us progress as individuals or as a society or as a podcast. Whatever. Okay, let's go ahead. What's this? You need to get Cliff High and or SGA and Anon on the show. Sure. Hey, have them email me. Give me their email. I'm all about that. But for now, let's go ahead and take a short break. We're going to do what we've been doing in the last half a dozen shows. We're going to play the Predata Severa Quantum Leap Recall. We're almost halfway through it, which is great news, but we still have not listened to the whole thing yet. This was a recording made by Predata Severa, specifically the rapper Predata Severa, who is actually in the Illuminati, who was my point of contact with the Illuminati for a period of time until we had our little kerfuffle. But hopefully we will reunite one day. But until then, let us continue to listen to the Predata Severa Quantum Leap Recall. Excuse me. Just give me a second here, fumbling with the controls.
Things good. But Hitler wouldn't teach you that because he couldn't use that to raise up Germans. Germans are mostly white. So why would he walk around talking about how great black people are when they're in Africa? And at that point in time, remember, in the 1930s, white people had done so much ill shit to black people and were still doing so much ill shit to black people in labs that they had kidnapped from Africa and all kind of other shit, that he couldn't turn around and raise up Germany by talking about how great black people are. Like, the Germans would be like, who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck is he talking about? Take your white ass to Africa. That's what that would have been. So he had to take the things he learned about white people dealing with time and space and aliens and all this and bring that up. And he had to supersede what was going on around him. Remember, people in Germany, I know this is going off on a thing for a second, but just please follow me with this for a second because you're just learning. So, the people surrounding that area, because I talked about this before in the show too, and I'm not going to go much in depth to it. The people around Germany at the time, they didn't like Germans. They thought they were like nothing compared to them, especially in areas where there were blonde people with blue eyes. And so that's why Hitler pursued that. So he had to make white people in Germany seem way more than what they are. And he had to be way more aggressive towards everything and everyone else on the earth who was not blonde hair and blue eyed, so that he could put white people from Germany on top. And so he understood and knew that black people were the shit. I know that's a fucked up thing to say, or way to say it, right? But we say that amongst ourselves and means something good. Black people are the shit, but he couldn't talk about that. Hitler was learning. Ask Hitler. He's still alive. Hey, Hitler, how you doing? Hitler learned that, from black aliens. Shit. But certain black aliens don't want to be exposed about certain things. I won't go in deep into that because I'm not going to step on those black aliens' toes because there's a reason for this. Certain black aliens were teaching him stuff But they knew and understood that he couldn't use that to raise up Germany or do what he needed to do in the world. Not to say that they were trying to work against black people in the world, but Hitler was on a mission, and there were agreements made. And so part of these agreements were that he wouldn't disclose that he learned from black aliens or what he learned, because that would, the shape, history's shape would have been totally different. And not to say that that's a bad thing, but if you're making an agreement with somebody, like, when you make corporate agreements, you understand, like, when you make a food and you have to get it registered for this and registered for that, there's going to be ingredients in the food that shouldn't be there for whatever reason, or there's better technologies available and better vitamins available, whatever, but you're making an agreement with a corporation for a certain amount of money for certain things to be there. And so the truth of what all things are that you're learning during the course of this can't be exposed because people won't buy your food. Hitler's food needed to be purchased by Germany for German people to come up. Let's look at it this way. It's fucked up to say, and I'm not saying this doesn't in any way, shape, and form, in a sense, involve Jews. Like Mossad is very sensitive about things like this. Amman and Shin Bet, and all of these things, very sensitive about things like this. But no one understand this. If Hitler hadn't come along and tried to raise Germany up, and not to say put his foot on Israel or other peoples around the world, but if he hadn't tried to raise Germany up, just that portion of what he did, then imagine if Germans decided they just wanted to wipe out the world. Imagine if they had the technology to do so. So what you could kind of say is Hitler was controlling that. And so his control of it wasn't the greatest thing in the world either, but let me see. Maybe Hitler was going to drop a nuke, or maybe he did, and it's never been told, or maybe it's been told and I just haven't run across it yet because I don't know everything. I'm just God. Hey, but if that was the case, then maybe he kind of like circumvented that, if you want to say it. Like Israel, what we know of Israel might not be here today if Hitler hadn't come along, because maybe the German peoples, someone else would have come into power or would have went a different route. And you know how it is when you're a bunch of people. Maybe this is supposed to be this long. Jesus Christ. This is one of those moments again. I'm just fascinated. I'll use the term fascinated because the other way sounds bad. I'm so fascinated sometimes about the things I say. And not that I'm trying to up myself, but I'm just saying it's coming through me. It's not from me a lot of times. Just brings tears to my eyes. Hold on for a second. Trying to fight back the emotions and shit. When you're a group of people and everybody in the world just keeps fucking stepping on you and stepping on you, stepping on you, stepping on you, stepping on you, and you still exist because only almost because certain peoples in those groups, they're just like fascinated by you. Like kind of like how white people are fascinated by mosquitoes and roaches and rats, and they want to keep them around even though they're fucking up the world. I'm talking about the roaches and rats and mosquitoes, even though the white people keeping them around are fucking up the world. But you're fascinated and you want to study them. Like, oh my God, like how do roaches survive nuclear holocaust? That type of shit. Who gives a fuck? They're fucking roaches. They're fucking rolled up. Get the fuck rid of them. So in that sense, you have white people probably, just, hey, black people are, we're not fucking up the world, but there's white people who are like, just get rid of the fucking black people. Why do you keep them around and experiment with them, or keep certain aspects of what they are around to experiment with them, and then you use them on us to make us better? No, we're white. We're perfect. No, you're the opposite of perfect, because you're in this dimension where you require melanin and you don't have any. It's like going underwater and you don't have an oxygen tank. Does that make any fucking sense to you? And so you're racist against the people who have oxygen tanks, or the mermaids. You're racist against the mermaids. That's a whole nother topic. We're not going to go there. You're racist against the mermaids because they can breathe underwater. And that's your reason for being racist against them. Because they were fucking born there. They ain't have no choice. You were born on Earth. So that's like them being racist against you because you breathe air. It's fucking the amount of stupidity that exists amongst you humans is so fucking... Oh, okay. Just draw me back. Reel myself back in. Okay. So, if you're white and you run towards love of black people, find reasons. Look it up. Research us. You'll find we're you. We're the pre-you. And you, most of you, all of you in any type of racist organization, you should know this by now. I don't care if you're a little kid and you're racist. There's somewhere along the line, if you're of speaking age, that's like 2 or 3, right? Where you've run across something that gives you the knowledge that black people aren't bad, they're great, and that you're hating them for no fucking reason. The reason you're hating them for is stupid, and then you be raising that shit. So you gotta hold on to that part, like the stupidity of it. Like, okay, these black people, like, what the fuck are they about? How are they related to me? And so if you run towards that, you'll find you'll live longer, you'll live a better life, um, you'll learn more, you'll be a better person. All of the things that torment you and bother you, those will like wither away and go. They'll go away because basically those are cancers you created of yourself. And the reason in this dimension that you have white people who get say like skin cancer from the sun. You're not getting cancer from the sun. Scun. That's a new word. Maybe it's not. You're not getting skin cancer from the sun because of the sun and you don't have any melanin. On one level, yeah, but the other level is because you hate black people. You hate black people, so that means you hate yourself. Because you hate yourself, your body stops producing melanin, even though it needs to and wants to because you're exposed to sunlight. Ergo, you get cancer. Makes sense? Yeah, it should. Fucking it. Fucking it. All these great words are coming up. Please, somebody write this shit down. Like a dictionary of words that Predator Sever has come up with that don't exist, but we're gonna make them real words and give you the definition of what they mean. Somebody please do that. I'm not gonna take the time to do it, I don't think. Somebody do it, please. It'll probably sell like 1 trillion copies. I want a piece. I get 30%. Yeah, there it is. Anyway, so where was I at? Yeah, so that should make sense to you. Like duh. Like, okay, love black. Here we go. Notice this. Way off topic, but it needs to be said. Damn it, it needs to be said. Notice that for anybody white who has ever gotten into a relationship with anybody black, the exchange of body fluids makes the person who is completely white start at the very least getting those brown blotches on their skin where, like usually when you're a redhead, it comes with having the pigments in your skin where your skin isn't completely white. It's like, you got brown blotches over you, and it really makes redheaded white girls look really cute because they have those the brown on it. Yeah, but let's not go into that either. But you understand what I'm saying? Because it changes your body chemistry, because your emotional state changes. That even has to occur when a white person has sex with a black person to produce a baby. You have to love each other. There has to be a love. That means you have to have a love of who you are in yourself that is of the race of the other person. And no one understands this too. Like if you're black on this earth, you're composed of white people because there's been a lot of that going on. So you can't hate white people, because if you hate white people, you can cause yourself cancer. It works in reverse too, dude, or woman, whatever. And so with this said, love has to be the answer to all things. Like, geez, did I have this quantum leap because I'm supposed to be discussing the topic of love? You never know. That's how shit works out. Again, I'm just God. I don't know everything. Anyway, so you have to start with love. Love has to be everything. Love cures all things. You might think that being a hateful fuck is the greatest thing in the world and being against love is the greatest. No, that's fucking stupid. It's Darth Vader in Star Wars, and you see where that got him and where that got everybody else. Everything getting fucking destroyed. If you're white and you have kids, this should hit you more because you want a world where your kids grow up and they're happy and they're successful and bad things don't happen to them and they live a long, prosperous life and they have grandkids for you and all that shit like that. And so that can only happen if the world is here. But if you're doing shit to fuck up the world, because, hey, let's fuck with the black people, get rid of all the black people, all you're going to do is destroy the universe. That's all that's going to happen because we are the fucking universe, an omniverse. We're God, the God that you live inside of right now. I'm black. Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm black where I am. And so not that the color so much matters, but it does matter. Black color matters. Huh. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just making a connection. Anyway, the nothingness matters. The blackness matters. Hey, we'll go like that. Something like that. I don't know. That should help. I don't know. Somebody take that and utilize that in a good way. Anyway, so that's what matters. So, 23 minutes talking about white people and their hatred. That's like a third of what I've done so far. Anyway, so almost half, right? Third. Anyway, so you got to run towards love, man. And here's what you do and here's what you do not do. Do not dissolve your organizations. Your hateful organizations, do not dissolve them. Instead, change their agendai, change their direction towards love of everyone and all things. and look to, like, from what I remember, I'm not trying to be funny, but this is just from what I remember. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. You can't call in because I'm not on the radio where you can talk to me. But, you know, maybe call if this is playing on a radio show or something, or put on like YouTube or something or whatever. Make sure you blank out the curses and stuff that they'll take it down for. But, you know, call and correct me. When Chinese, I think it's Chinese or Japanese, people do harm to someone else's children, like say you kill somebody's child and you were in a wrong, they go to that family. Hold on. Some powerful shit, man. Hold on. They go to that family, say, listen, I killed your son, I killed your daughter. Please accept me as the replacement for your son or daughter. And I know I can never be that replacement, but you had a purpose for them. You brought them into this world. They were supposed to at the very least help you when you get old. And so let me be that. Let me be that because I took that from you. I think it's Chinese or Japanese people that do that. That's some really honorable shit because you give up what your life was supposed to be because of one mistake you make. And I know to say it's one mistake makes it kind of degrades what the, I don't know, is that right? Kind of downplays the level of the mistake. But it's like this 1 second in your life or a couple of seconds in your life totally fucks up someone else's life or a number of other people's lives. So you decide to devote what was left of your life to correcting that. That's some incredible, incredible shit. Anyway, so okay, you know, change the, like, correct your wrongs. That's what I'm trying to say. Correct your wrongs. There's no way you could ever correct the wrongs there's no way racist white people, malevolent white people could ever correct the wrongs they've done in history, not only to black people, but to societies, to nature, and so on. And by the way, not to take away from all of the wrongs that other races, including black people, have done along the same lines in whatever ways. But there's a focus here for a reason. You know, that's beyond me, beyond you, but just flow with me here. But it's just to say, you know, try, put in that effort. You know, there isn't, you do all this dirt and you go to God and say, oh, God, forgive me. I'm sorry. Say 1,000 Hail Marys and everything's good. It doesn't work like that. I'm telling you, it doesn't. That's never worked, never going to work. Everybody who's ever tried it and done that, they're like not in a good place right now if they're not walking around living. I don't care who the fuck they were. You don't go fuck with people and then think because some guy tells you in some church or some shit, oh, just say 1,000 Hail Marys and you're forgiven. Bullshit. It doesn't work like that with you, does it? If I come and I fuck with you and your family, your future and your family's future, your past, your predecessors, because I'm a fucking asshole.
Welcome back to the end of days. Ooh. Fun times, fun times. Once again, that was Predata Severa. Some believe that he may be mentally ill. There were times when I thought that myself, or I entertained the idea, but the more I talked to this guy and the more I got to know him, the more I started to realize that he's not as full of crap as many out there might think. He knows things that would be impossible for anybody to know, things that I was able to barely grasp doing some very, very intense research, digging. Yet one day, I get a mysterious phone call from a rapper named Predata Severa, who seemed to know who I was and had some messages for me from the Illuminati. And there was a particular line of activism work I was doing during 2020 that I probably wouldn't have been doing if it wasn't for him and him giving me these messages. Now, whether or not he is part of something benevolent or malevolent, I cannot say. It might be that this thing we know as Illuminati is in some way beyond good and evil. I can't really say. But, hey, in the least, it's a lot of fun to listen to. Okay. Let's get into it. The news. Let's see. So, actually, let's pull up Mad Max here. He seems like he has something to say.
What's going on, Daniel?
What's going on, Al?
Man, that guy was nuts.
You find him to be nuts.
Both of them. That guy you had on the intermission and that other guy.
You didn't like either of them.
No, I was agreeing with Sam on a lot of that shit, man. That guy's freaking, you don't know what the hell he's talking about. Communism and shit. Like, fuck that crap.
Did you enjoy Sam going off?
Oh, hell yeah. Like I said, it's the best show ever, man. Once I saw that, I was like, hell yeah. Sometimes
it was entertaining.
You got to put these communist bastards in their freaking place, man. I'm an anarchist and freaking I don't believe that shit.
You consider yourself an anarchist?
Here's a good one for you. 20 years ago, when I got my first truck, I had to come up with a company name, and I decided Circle A Enterprises is going to be the name of my company.
Ah.
That means that I registered Circle A Enterprises as in control of Anarchy.
You know what's funny? I just realized your name is Mad Max, and I brought up the movie Mad Max 2, Road Warrior, several times.
That second Mad Max movie. I didn't see the first Mad Max until I saw Road Warrior. I saw Road Warrior first. I fell in love with that outfit, man. When I saw that outfit Mel Gibson wore in the second movie, that's how I wanted to dress my entire adult life.
The second one's like 10 times better than the first one. The first one's kind of confusing, actually. You're like, what's going on here? There's some police and they're chasing these guys around the desert, and it's the future or it's the past? I don't know.
Oh, no, the first one was they just ran out, or the oil companies quit fucking letting us have gasoline. Shit turned into like what they're trying to do now, and getting ready to do to us now, and turn us into an anarchic fucking. Like in the third movie, they explained there was a nuclear war when they showed Sydney all destroyed and shit. Remember after they found the kids and then they rescued them, then the guy took them flying around the airplane shit?
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, he just said that, I think he's talking about the third one. Yeah, he is. And he's saying that a guy has a Masonic pendant on his neck.
Which one?
That's weird. Yeah, that's weird.
The only thing I remember from the third one is frickin' Max and the kids and the guy with the helicopter. Or the gyrocopter.
Yeah, the kids were like saying, oh, Captain, something is going to save us. And then Tina Turner comes out and she's like singing and shit.
No, that's the fourth one.
That's the fourth. There's four?
Wait a minute.
Mad Max, Road Warrior.
The second one is when they had the little thing making gasoline. They escaped with they were adults. The third one was when they had
the remake
No, the fourth one was the one with Tina Turner, Beyond Thunderdome.
No, that's the
Or
third one.
Maybe that was the third one.
Yeah, and the fourth one was technically the remake.
Right.
I think it was called Mad Max something, which it was actually really good. Although
the newest one was kind of good, but I don't know, the costumes are kind of icky.
It had its pluses. The way that they kind of pushed Mad Max himself to the side and kind of went with the female lead rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, although I feel like the finished product was actually pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it was all right. Hey, here's a good one for you. I found this web page that I can watch movies and TV series that are on streaming services and shit. I got on there and I found the Blue Beetle, so I went to go watch it, and it was all in Cambodian or Thai.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I couldn't even watch it because it was all in Thai, and I didn't understand a thing they were saying.
If you look at my profile picture, I made it into the Mad Max scene where the guy, you can see the Masonic pendant on his neck.
Yeah, that is eerie.
Thunderdome.
The fucking main dude, huh? Yeah, the guy with the long hair, right? The bad guy with the long hair.
Yeah, they always insert that type of stuff in movies and stuff, and nobody ever catches it. And I got tons of pictures like that of all sorts of stuff.
I just zoomed in my phone on that. I didn't even know I could do that on a stream here like this.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this platform gives us a lot more flexibility than back in the day.
Man. I am so 20th century, it's pathetic, man.
Well, it was a nice century. I mean, I told some this year that I wished I could go back to the 90s.
Yeah, I feel like that a lot of the time, especially when we have all these weird draconian laws and shit coming down the pipeline. I'm just like, man, I wish so bad it was 1999. Limp Bizkit this.
I missed.
Hey, you want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
I got 8 subscribers to my YouTube channel, right? My Martian Medicine Man one. Only 8. I posted that freaking concert I did 40 years ago, and when I got up the next morning, and I didn't even post it to my Facebook yet. I waited till I got home from work the following day to do that. I got 31 views already from the time I posted till the time I got up the next morning.
Oh,
I only have 8 subscribers. I only have 8 subscribers. Who the hell's listening to my? Who the hell just all of a sudden? Yeah, but my other songs don't get no traffic hardly at all. Then all of a sudden I post this live concert from 20 years ago I did, and all of a sudden I'm getting slammed.
Maybe it was because it was labeled live.
Yeah, but I only have 8 subscribers, and I hadn't put it onto my Facebook till the following evening after I got home from work. By then I had
subscribe to Martian Medicine Man. Let's get out some subscribers.
I had 67 plays on that, and now it's down to 65. How the hell is that possible?
Weren't you on like SoundCloud or something and getting like a shit ton of views though, like thousands?
No, that was on Drupal. That was over in Europe, and it's gone now.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I had almost 300,000 hits on my songs on there, and then it just disappeared.
They make it so in the music scene they control all the views, and they'll downsize people's views and YouTube counts and stuff. And like, they started doing that to me like 12 years ago on YouTube. They took my subscribers and blacklisted me and took my views and shit. Took all my comments.
Yeah, I was trying to get into your channel a little bit, but
what were you posting?
I was just I started posting William Cooper stuff, and that's
okay. That's why they shadowed you.
I was trying to listen to some of them, but some of them the audio is like really low and kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, I need to re-upload some and then like amplify it, but it's some of them are whoever runs the WordPress for William Cooper actually reposted the full catalog of like 1,500 episodes. You can hear them. They're all in MP3 format, but it's best to listen to them one starting off with the first episode, because the Babylon, like the first 50 episodes are like the Babylon series, where it's like, you know, the secret Babylon. I can't talk. The Babylonian religion that they practice in secret. They call it Mystery Babylon. Like in the Book of Revelations, it says there will be a whore, and on her head it will say Mystery Babylon, and there's a secret religion that the elites practice that is called Mystery Babylon, that is being practiced right now, and that they use it. It is magic, it's deception, and it's a really huge subject about the occult and its origins. And
well, I kind of got this like weird hair at my ass because I just had this sudden strong urge to listen to some William Cooper, because if you read Behold a Pale Horse, like that's really just like 1/1000th of what this guy actually knows. And if you listen to like episodes of his old radio shows and seminars and stuff like that, he's going like way deeper into specific topics that you're not gonna hear about if you just read that one book. I bet if he hadn't he hadn't been assassinated, whatever happened there, that he would have wrote a lot more books.
The book was written in the 80s, and his show didn't start till like 92, but like the primary part of his early show was the Mystery Babylon series, and to like you have to listen to that first to understand the rest of it in a way, because he explains the origin of it and the key players and the different groups and their beliefs, and the Mystery Babylon religion is real. And it's like the king and queen of England and shit, they're the king and queen of Babylon, and their higher king or whatever is the Pope. And it's like they have this trinity of the Pope, of the Vatican, and the British square with the obelisk, and then the New York with the obelisk. It's a trinity where it's the Osiris is the Pope, and then Britain and the crown is ISIS, and then the Horus is the United States. And that's the part of one of the old Masonic things. I mean, it's hard to explain, but
I want to ask Al about one of these comments that he made earlier. It says, obedience to Jesus and the Bible is what gets you in heaven. Everything else gets you thrown in the lake of fire. You really believe that, Al?
I know it.
But like, isn't that kind of wrong in its own way to obey anything at all, like completely? Like, isn't that like submission? Isn't that actually kind of bad?
Well, you could look at it that way, or you can look at this. If you obey now, when you get your eternal life, you got more freedom to go do whatever the hell you want.
That's a pretty good response.
That's the school here. We're sent here to be taught obedience. This is obedience school, and if you learn to be obedient, then when you get taken up to heaven, then you get to have your freedom. Run around the universe, be any kind of alien you want. Go to junior high school and be Harry Potter or be a superhero. Go to high school and be Star Trek or Star Wars.
It's kind of the main tenet behind what we're talking about with this Mystery Babylon stuff and Revelations. Basically, these elite magicians are, well, I know for a fact that most of them are Luciferians, and they're deistic Luciferians. I hope I'm saying that right.
They believe that they are gods, and right now they've got the masses to also believe that humans are gods, and that belief system is called secular humanism, and secular humanism is Luciferianism rebranded.
Exactly.
And
even this new age movement is all Luciferian.
Yeah, part of the story of Lucifer is him not obeying and wanting to usurp and undermine God. And individually, Luciferians, they want to believe that they're God because that's just the idea of Luciferianism. It's all about like the ego. If Lucifer represents the ego, it's like the ego run wild.
Antichrist in Greek didn't mean one person. It meant it was a concept of people that wanted to be like, pretend to be some kind of great light or truth. That's why all the priests and all the churches, they're all a bunch of con artists, because they're not preaching the real religion that goes back to Petra, with Christianity. And the lion, like how the lion. I think I talked to you
Leo,
about that, didn't I? Well, not Leo.
Yeah. I mean, like my connection to that would be like Daniel and the lions. My namesake Daniel.
That's interesting you say that, because there's a depiction of Daniel and the lions inside of a eight-sided geometric shape, and that Daniel in the picture, the oldest depiction of Daniel that I could find, which was a Greek one, he was holding up his hands in the Masonic healing sign of distress, because old Masonry was Christianity, and before it was Illuminism.
Yeah, I could actually back that up because, well, as much as I can, because Christ went to Egypt during his youth, and he went there not because he was going on vacation, but because he went there to learn the Egyptian mysteries from the priestcraft that Moses was also a member of. He was learning the same tradition of stonecutters, like they called them on The Simpsons, or masons. And that's how they built the pyramid, because they had the Masonic knowledge of the stonecutters. And even they say that Jesus's father was a carpenter, and carpenter is only a code word for a mason, a sculptor, or a stonecutter of some type.
Yeah,
hey, can I comment about that?
I heard that before.
There's proof of Jesus before the year 0, where, and it dates back to these ancient temples, these cat temples. One of them's in Florida, in the southern tip of Florida, but the one, there's one on the same parallel as the Florida one in Egypt, and it's got a triple-headed cat deity, a triple-headed lion, and that Jesus was considered the lion, and he was a Trinity deity according to the things, and like, you know, it
He was
shows
also born August 27th, which makes him a Leo.
That's interesting.
According to the Rancher book, he was born on August 27th, 7 BC.
Well, what I was going to say a little earlier is that there's evidence of him that Jordan Maxwell talks about before around the year 200 with the Nag Hammadi library, and that the stories are a little bit different, and that like I think there's a giant conspiracy to where they took the original Jesus and they buried him, and then they turned, and everything that's modern is all like, most of it is all like Mithraism and sun god stuff.
I just found out that the Jesuits were the ones who burned down the library in Alexandria so that nobody else would have information that he had.
Oh yeah, I would doubt it. The Jesuits have probably been around for thousands of years.
Yeah, there's some things I don't even want to say on here because I just know it'll give me like gang stalked or kick deplatformed and stuff like that. But
we love Scientology.
Yeah.
Keep the Scientologists up.
This is now a Scientology show. Surprise, everybody. Get your stations ready.
Ron Hubbard's going to come back from the grave and be your next guest.
Somebody to channel L. Ron Hubbard.
No, they say those Scientologists don't fuck around.
Yeah, they're scary.
Yeah,
man, for real, dude. Like real shit, dude. Like, you know, like they got their own version of the CIA, all kind of shit.
You want to know what's scary? You want to know what's scary is them reptilian scumbags are running this freaking planet, and their little gray bastard AI hive mind clones that they made are fucking us all over and shit.
Well, I mean, technically, I think the Greys might be from underground.
No, they're artificial. They're artificial beings that the reptilians made to do their bidding. They're workers for the reptilian scumbags.
What's like technically I don't throw the reptilian idea away, but I mean, for the viewers' sake, you know, it's only probably like a handful of people on the whole planet that are actually like that, if it's real. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen a video of a reptilian walking in a procession of cardinals or something in the Vatican. They're all walking along, and they can project their human image to all the ones around them, but they can't do it onto a camera.
Aren't they just demons? Aren't they just demons?
Reptilian aliens from another part of the galaxy that tried to take over the galaxy. And that's what pissed God off, and that's why they got thrown down here.
But don't like demons have like gargoyle type of faces and horns, the reptilian features?
You got to look at the reptilian scumbags are the devil and the dragon mentioned in the Bible. The little gray bastards are the serpent mentioned in the Bible. That's Satan.
Fallen angels.
They're artificial. They're fallen angels. They're artificial intelligence hive minded. Them little gray bastards is the collective is Satan, like the Borg from Star Trek Deep Space or from the Star Trek Next Generation. The Borg. You might as well think of the grays as them. They're like one mind. One all sees, they all see.
Are you familiar with Phil Schneider?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The guy that got his fingers blown off.
Yeah, I've never actually like thrown that video out of if it's because I can't. What's weird is William Cooper sometimes he'll make weird references to like one time a caller was like, "Oh yeah, and I got a picture of a gray I'll send you," and he's like, "Well, I've got a whole stack of," and he's like bragging about, and then he's like, "But I can't tell you what they are exactly, or if it's real or if it's fake," and it's like. But the amount of technology of that.
Tell me more about the Snyder Cat.
Crazy story. He was part of these kind of like DARPA, but even deeper than DARPA. He's part of this like underground base building operation where they were working with a certain alien group.
Talking about Dulce?
Oh, Schneider.
Yeah, Schneider.
Talking about the Dulce battle? The battle on the Dulce base?
He's got exactly videos. He shows his hand and it's like bleeding or something, and you can tell that the fingers are all fucked up.
Yeah, it's like just blown through, like right here or something like that. Like he's missing his three fingers.
His what he says is semi. I mean, there are tunnels under the whole United States. I mean, we shouldn't even be mentioning about this, but
they're all over the world.
I think they're like 30 feet wide or something, and
they're all over the world.
Yeah, the idea is
everywhere.
That we have loose relations with extraterrestrials, and this was a joint project between our most shadowy, secret aspects of our military and this alien group. And what happened was somehow a fight broke out between our soldiers and this alien group, and basically these aliens were just like blasting our guys away. And Phil Schneider got caught up in the crossfire, and they blew a section of his hand away, which he raised up his hand and showed everybody.
Hey, I've got a
yeah, exactly.
Are you familiar with American law?
Hey, I've got some information about that battle from an insider. If one more soldier had freaking believed in Jesus Christ enough, our side would have won the battle. It was just one guy short of freaking believing in Jesus Christ in that battle that freaking we lost it. If one more of our soldiers had Jesus in his heart during that battle, we would have actually won it.
Well, technically, Jesus is a war god, which I
know. I have a friend that got invited to build underground bases and reverse engineer flying.
Yeah, Yahweh is the war god. That's true.
Because well, see the Mason stuff. It's like there's this thing about Mars where Mars during the summer. It's like a symbolizing the tarot of Jesus on the number 7 card where it says strength, and it shows a lady with a lion on the tarot card, and that's it's all ancient symbology, you know, like
You're talking about the strength card. Yeah, I know that card well, but keep going.
Yeah, like well, Jesus, there was a in that there was, I think it was like Cancer and Mars was the constellation and the planet. And I was on this like scavenger hunt trying to piece together this information about tarot cards and some occult stuff that was, I mean, it had to do with like occult biblical stuff, and that, you know, it was like a date basically. It's like all these different occult things, these symbols in ancient churches and different places. It always leads to like star maps or like a star configuration with a date on it. Like because when the stars are in certain formation and then there's certain constellations behind them and stuff, it's like a calendar, you know, it's saying a date, and I found this many times with Egyptian stuff as well.
Show us that again, Al. What was that crazy looking picture? Can you show that to us again, please?
Yeah, hang on, I gotta go.
I
gotta go back to it.
It looked like some kind of weird ass looking aliens, and they're like.
Exactly what I used for my Martian Medicine Man cover photo on my Facebook page. Let me bring it up. Oh,
there we go. Look at that. That's weird.
Celestial shit.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
looks like some aliens coming out of some vaginas.
It's like what you'd see on DMT.
Yeah, it looks like uterus a little bit. Yeah, ovaries.
Are you guys ready to sing? You guys mind singing a bit so we can do our mind-blowing moment of the day?
Let's go.
All right. Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing moment of the day. Come Come on, Al. You're the musician, man. Sing with us.
Hey, Clint, man, don't flake out on us, man.
Mind blowing. Blowing my mind.
What am I supposed to do?
Sing with us. Yeah, mind
blowing.
blowing. Mind blowing moment of the day. We're blowing minds. We're blowing souls. We're blowing up the world.
Somebody
I'll blow your mind. Blowing
my face
up.
Love me. Just say to my face if you care. How about this one? Would you like to sit on my face and let it rub your clit all over the place? And when you're done with my nose, and you can bob in my holes.
Ooh, getting X-rated up in here.
I can't sing, but I can rap.
You blew it up, damn it.
Blood rushes to your head. It's battle of the bottom. Penis turns red. It pumps when it's cooking. A sausage can't be beat. It's time to feed some pussy cat. You're me. A sausage, 2 eggs, or hot buttered muffin. You can't beat the love from my woman's oven. Mustache rides Nick. The press can't be beat.
Oh, shit.
Okay, I got a freestyle I'm about to bust out.
All right, mind-blowing moments of the day. Who wants to go first?
With the freestyle?
No. Like we're gonna each pick our mind-blowing moment of the day. Okay, Dr. Robert. Yeah, please lead us.
When we saw the duel take place between
that was fire.
Our Clint Eastwood music.
It's like in debates when people don't address certain things, and it's even in
Sam went off
when all these people
he came out guns blazing.
He's like, I'm out. You're coming on here spreading this nonsense.
We definitely can't.
I'm out.
Yeah. The world is dumber for having heard it.
No. See, it's complicated because what he's saying, what the guy who was saying who was angry, he was angry because this guy is claiming anarchy, and that the what's going on. It's like somebody's saying they're pro-anarchy and pro-communism, and it's like, yeah, but communists already run everything, and it's like, how are you're saying you want more of what's already happening? It's like,
it's like our votes don't even count no more and shit.
It's like
you're confusing me, sir. You're confusing me. Confuse everyone in this audience.
The masses, the people.
He went all Willy Wonka on him.
Hold on.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
Let me this is a fact right here, is that all the people are brainwashed into Marxism, but yet Marx was a racist, and fucking Marx was an Illuminati, and fucking all doing plan of the Vatican and the Emperor of Rome and England, all this finance coming from England through Frederick Engels, and fucking
there's a lot they don't tell us.
It's like there's a book.
There's a lot they don't tell us. Man. That's true.
Marx and Satan, where it was about people that this guy interviewed who were in Russia, who were the landlords of Karl Marx, and who walked in on him doing satanic rituals.
No. Damn, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, this is not.
That's pretty deep.
There's multiple books about
that's the mind-blowing moment.
And Satan. Why do you think Saul?
I'm about to look into that.
Saul Alinsky, the communist that Oblamatron worships, is fucking Saul Alinsky dedicates his book to Lucifer at the beginning. He dedicates it to Lucifer.
What?
They all do. They all.
Man. They all kind of flirt with the devil and shit, man.
No, way worse than what you think. I specialize in the first United Nations. The first United Nations publications company was called Lucifer Trust, and then it was changed to Lucius.
Yeah, Alice Bailey.
And like, there's so many references to Lucifer and the communists, and May Day, the Communist Day that dates back to Moloch, when they would burn the children to Moloch was on May 1st, and May 1st is the communist holiday. The occult runs the communist shit.
Yeah.
And they run the democratic shit. Democratic is Illuminati, and fucking socialist is also, Illuminati and Vatican and fucking, and it's like these people are all misled into these groups that seem like it's like when you buy some kind of some kind of food at the store, and it looks like it's made by a small time company, and it looks all good and shit. But then you bring it home and you look at the back, and it's like, oh, what the fuck? This is fucking by Nestle. Like, fuck them.
Yeah.
I
know exactly what you're saying.
These things that people are all representing, fucking wearing on their arm, representing this shit, and they don't even know what it's about. And it's about deception and the secret society's whole.
That's what I try to get people to understand, man. It's all about deception.
Because Karl Marx called people the masses, and anyone who is a Illuminist calls people the masses. And
have you ever heard of this guy?
Oh, let me bring that up on the big screen.
The Third of England.
Oh yeah, the guy that says he's like the Messiah and King of England and all that.
Oh, he just said he's okay. That's the seal. They took the House of Windsor seal off of Buckingham Palace, and his is on there now. King Charles ain't shit no more. That's why Harry quit the family and freaking moved over here with his wife, because he's all, I'm done with this shit. Motherfucker, Trump went over there and told them what's what.
Plus, Megan's trolling hard over there. She's trolling hard.
Hey, you know that fire over there in Hawaii?
Yeah.
I can tell you this, that just before the fire, there was a battle up on the mountain there between the Marines and FEMA soldiers.
That's what I speculated. There was some kind of military thing going on, because it was all so hush hush, and they got the black fences up and stuff.
I can tell you this.
Did you guys see that interview with Megan, where she's making fun of the way they're bowing and shit?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'll go ahead.
Somebody got a video of the battle, and when they zoomed in on the Marines were wearing emblems that had Trump's face on it.
Well, no. Did you see the picture of the laser?
Way.
They were the white hats. The white hats.
Why would they be wearing his face though? That's crazy.
Because that's the emblem for their unit.
No. That I don't. I'd have to see a picture or something. But
yeah, I got to see some proof.
I don't know where it's at. I was told about it. It's out there on the internet.
Way bigger though. There was somebody got a picture in Hawaii.
I think that's a whopper
from the skies.
I believe everything else, but that's going too far. The face, like a little Trump head right here. Yeah.
No,
it was the emblem on their uniform.
There was a laser picture in Hawaii of the laser from space setting the fire, and like
I saw that.
It was an ultraviolet laser beam, because ultraviolet doesn't affect blue. Huh. That's why everything was painted blue.
Oh, that's what I couldn't piece that together when I heard this YouTuber named Truth Stream Really Graceful. She was documenting it, and she mentioned that the blue cars and the blue roofs didn't burn.
Yeah, because a red laser beam would have burned everything, but an ultraviolet one doesn't burn blue.
That sounds like Green Lantern, how his ring doesn't work against the color yellow.
That's crazy shit, man.
That's impressive.
Notice that shit is not created in a vacuum. It's interesting you said that. That shit is not created in a vacuum, dude.
That sounds legit.
But hey, I did have like a news story, and basically we already talked about it several times, but this missing kid thing in Hawaii is fucking weird.
Oh yeah, that's creepy. I think it's got some kind of there's some kind of huge, massive cover up. I mean, everything that goes on is just a massive cover up.
Epstein Island.
Shit. That's too many to be coincidental, dude.
I think that they were. There's some really weird shit going on lately. Where I don't believe in aliens or anything, but I mean, if aliens were real, it would explain a lot of weird shit.
Well, here's a little thing about what's going on, because of the little battle between the white hats and the black hats and the Illuminati and the military and all that shit, and they're all battling each other. The adrenochrome supply got knocked out almost to nil, and they need that shit real bad. And so when a lot of kids disappear, they're probably just trying to re-up their adrenochrome supply.
That's weird, because I mean, technically, about the old lore of vampires stuff. It's like,
yeah, I've researched that quite a bit.
Wondered if there was ever any truth to that, because there's truth to giants. I mean, giants are real.
They're the same thing in a way.
And there's a lot of people going to be seeing them running down the street chasing after non-believers soon too, along with dinosaurs.
Because if you read the lore, giants are always like, even in Jack and the Beanstalk, the giant's trying to eat him, man. He's like into eating flesh and blood.
Hey, I gotta put this out there. So if you do see any giants or dinosaurs coming down your street and shit, they're going after non-believers, you better get your heart right with Jesus real quick. Hey, when these things come running down your street, you won't be laughing. They're going to be let out of the underground base, because here's what's going on.
But that just sounds so anti-Jesus to me. What happened to love?
What
That's not what you.
hold up, wait,
That's not what it's about.
back to the
That's not what it's about. It's all about
If
obedience to Jesus, and that's it.
If I see a T-Rex coming down the street, man, I'm done.
Well, good luck to you.
Have you ever
You're gonna
heard,
be way more, no, they're going to be letting the shit out of the underground basin, because here's what's going on.
let me ask you a question real quick.
200 years ago, the Earth's crust was 250 miles thick. Since we've been sucking all that oil out, it's been melting from below up. It's only 18 miles thick now, and it's getting ready to freaking start breaking apart. And right now, it's getting real hot down in them underground bases, and they've got to come up out of the ground. That's why they want to get rid of us, because they got to come up to the surface or else. And
I've actually heard from other sources.
Shit out before they come out. They're going to be letting all this shit out of there. The giants, freaking the dinosaurs, everything they got in their underground labs.
Well, what I heard is that
not just that shit, total crazy abominations that you can't even imagine are going to come out of these.
He's going off time on us. But I have heard similar things. Like in the last days, there are going to be monsters walking around.
Oh yeah, we're going to be seeing all kinds of crazy shit soon.
You're familiar with the I don't know if it was in the New Testament with the Rephaim and Nephiim and all, like Seraphim and what are the other ones?
And there's actually like cryptozoological accounts of flying snakes that look like they're on fire, and if they come up to you and bite you, you'll have like this crazy burning flesh wound for like weeks.
That's something that's coming too. Those could be the rods, though. They could be the rods that mutate too. You know what rods are, right?
Yeah.
Oh, those
they're fish that swim through the air and they go so fast that we can't see them with our eyes.
I read a story on Reddit that this dude was driving in his car, right? And he sees like this weird white stick figure guy, and the thing starts chasing him. So he puts the pedal down. Yeah, he puts the pedal down, and all of a sudden he's doing like 60, 70, 80, and this thing's not only keeping up with him, but it's starting to gain on him. Yeah, it was weird as hell. Somehow he lost it, but like in some of the comments, they're saying that this thing's called a rake, and there's actually been a lot of accounts of people running into this thing,
I told you
or the same species.
What is a rake again exactly? Because
it's got long.
It's kind of like Slender Man.
I told you that story. Remember that story I told you about me and my friends we were tripping like 12 years ago? We seen these things. I swear to God, if somebody put a gun to my head, I would still swear to God that I seen 3 things that fucking swear to God, man.
Every time Dr. Robert laughs, it makes me start fucking laughing.
Me and my friend, we went to my friend's like 12 years ago, and he's like, "Oh, you gotta try this pure psilocin." And we're like, okay. And it's like, he has this big knife, and it's like this little tiny little, like this little speck of something. And it's like, what? That's not going to do nothing. And I'm like, whatever, you know? So me and my 2 friends, my friend and his girlfriend, they wanted to trip with them. And I didn't want to trip at all. And they forced me to trip, basically.
Oh, damn.
But like, so anyways, not like physically or anything, but like it was hardcore peer pressure. But like I want to trip, and fucking I tried to solicit and shit, and fucking I hadn't tripped for years, you know. And it's like, and then by the time we drove across town, 30 minutes later, our fucking faces are like melting off.
Oh shit!
You guys were driving.
It's like me and my friend, we were just straight up. We were nailed to the floor. We couldn't even pass up. We couldn't even hit a joint and pass it. We were so all we could do.
Man, you might not want to be driving when you're tripping that hard.
All we could see was Tetris shit in the air. It was like Tetris shit flying by like a blizzard, and it was like, oh, it's hard to move. Like,
oh man,
like
that sounds.
So like, after
you ever seen that movie, The Lookout?
Oh, maybe.
Where they're like driving and
sounds like
they're like let's all close our eyes and see what happens. So they turn the lights off on the car and they close their eyes. Then they open them and then like a semi hits them instantly.
Ooh.
Oh my God!
Well, back to that trip story though. It's like after the trip was over, they wanted to walk across town to a couple blocks to like get some new get a hoodie or something, and like I don't remember what, but like. I didn't want to walk across town because I knew if we were tripping, even though it was gone, it was all over, you know. It was like 8 hours later, and you couldn't see anything in the air or anything. That nothing was all like crazy, and like I was like, I don't want to go, you know. and fucking then they peer pressured me to go, and fucking, and then when we went, we heard this weird car that was, I mean, I guess I'll skip that part and skip straight to the rake part or whatever. But like,
this is getting scary.
Well, there was a weird chain of events where it was like we're walking and fucking this car is just going weird random directions, like bang, some little shit car at like 4 a.m. and, like, and it's like, where the fuck
people are even
like,
higher than you guys.
We weren't even high at that point. We were just really like, oh, like super.
You're like having the afterburn thing going, like when you're tripping, but you're past the peak, and you still feel kind of like you still feel the effects sort of, but it's like 1/100th of what it was during the peak.
Yeah, it was all worn off pretty much, and like,
gotcha.
And like, we're just walking, and this car just stops right in front of us at 4 a.m, and it's like, you're in our way, and we're like, what? and the car was full of people. I had 4 people in the car, and we're like, what the fuck? These people are on drugs or something, you know, like bad drugs, not tripping. But anyways, so I don't trip anymore. But anyways,
it's like the hippies versus the tweakers.
Well, anyways, yeah.
There's not enough room in this town for both of us.
The car, man, he you know, Leo DiCaprio, he plays a good like hippie killer or some shit. Remember on Hollywood movie he made?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Goddamn hippies! I was like,
yeah, the Mansonites.
The car was after we seen the Wraith, or but like, okay, so, and it was just one. It was we were walking, we could see 2 blocks ahead, and I swear I told you the story before. You don't remember?
Yeah. I kind of remember vaguely, but I remember it was crazy.
It was 3 people that were walking towards us, and I straight up put my wallet in my sock, and I was like, we're about to fight. And I'm thinking like,
I'm not losing my fucking license or my cash. We're about to throw down.
So you just felt negative energy right away. Yeah.
It's like,
if you roll me, I'll be okay.
So you felt like bad energy right away, right?
Yeah, I could tell it was a threat. And I'm like, I was
like everybody else, they're taking their shirts off and shit, and Clint's rolling up his wallet in his sock.
I was about to rob.
You want to rumble?
Yeah, somebody stealing your wallet like getting beat up.
Oh shit, guys, it's getting murky up in here. Clint's putting his wallet in his sock.
I used to live in this city that was really hardcore, like straight
up.
No,
I don't doubt you, man. You know
that energy just put you right in the fight or flight mode. Like
the city was like, because I've hung out in Southside Chicago and stuff, and that was pretty hardcore. But this city in Michigan, it was Battle Creek. It's where your cereal is made. That city is fucked up. Anyway, that TV show called Battle Creek is not what Battle Creek is. It's a bunch of like fucking hoodlums everywhere, prostitutes, all sorts of crazy shit going on.
So what happened with these monsters?
Oh yeah, the story. Okay, so I thought it was a threat, and I'm like, yo, we're about to fight these people, you know, and we started walking up to them, and my heart was just like,
ooh, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Keep going.
Then all of a sudden, it's like they were still a block away, and then their arms stretched, and you couldn't even see their faces. It was like they were pure black, and it was because it was still pretty dark, but there were street lights, and their arms touched the ground, but they were still standing straight up. And fucking, there was 3 of them, and we like stopped, and our jaws are like hitting the ground because we're like, what
oh my god!
And then they started crawling. They started crawling like some kind of animal. And then it crawled into this huge yard and disappeared into nothing. And we were so freaked out. And then that car came up out of nowhere, and it's like, bam, this little shit car with 4 people in it. And it like pulled up and said that we were in their way. And it was like,
what Donnie Darko shit.
It was weird as hell. And fucking,
yeah.
Then it was even weirder because on the way back, there was like 12 deer that crossed the road back and forth like 50 times.
Oh, wow.
What the hell?
They were just running back and
that's
forth
creepy,
like
man.
20 minutes.
That's creepy, man.
That's some straight up Fordian friends.
I know that feeling, man. I saw Archangel, man. I told Danny before, man, and my knees couldn't stop shaking, dude. No matter how tough I tried to be, man. And I'm not a scary motherfucker, but just something that have that type of energy, dude, where just like your body, you just have this visceral response to it, dude. It's like nothing to do about it.
Well, I had a trip once where I think I might have seen. I mean, I don't believe in religions and stuff, but I think I might have seen what some people would call the Metatron.
Oh, like that cubicle thing or some shit.
Well, it was like the flower life symbol, and it was
Yeah.
fucking this flower life fucking like pattern was in the air, and it was making me scream like the top of my lungs because it was freaky as hell. It was like the biggest. It was all around me, and it was like going into people's heads and shit, and like fucking.
I got a funny trip story, man. So like one day, man, like I bought some acid, right? And I was really into tripping back then, man. Like I mean, like I wanted the ultimate experience, right? It was like some liquid acid, you know what I mean? So I squeezed a lot of that shit under my tongue.
Oh man, heroic dose.
So first I'm in like this forest area, right?
Yeah.
And everything starts looking beautiful, and I'm having a bomb trip. But my back kept hurting. I don't know, something was in it made my back hurt, right?
Oh yeah.
So I just abandoned my friend, right? He was like on the trip with me, and I went out into the city, man. And oh my God, I had the worst trip ever, right? So then somehow I convinced myself I went to hell. So I'm like, seriously, did I die? Did I die? Did I get hit by a car way down there? Did I go to hell? Right? So then when I get around all these people, right? Everything they said looked like they were saying, you know the truth now. You're in hell. You're in hell, right? Like that's all I kept hearing, right? Because you know you can freak yourself up with your own mind, right? And then my older brother told my mother I did some acid, right? So that made it worse. So I got all these people in my face, right? Saying all this shit to me, and on my mind, I'm just hearing, you're in hell now. You know the truth, right? And the sun is all fucked up. And I felt like real disconnected from God and everything, right? But I'm a thinker, right? So you took a drug. So I'm saying this stuff to myself. You took a drug. You know you took a drug. You know this drug does this kind of shit, right? So I'm like just dirt quiet. And everybody's wondering why I'm not saying anything. My mom and them were trying to put milk in my fucking mouth and all kind of shit. So I'm just looking around, right? I'm just observing shit, right? So I look, no bullshit. I look around, I look on the TV, right? And the Simpsons are on, right? On the TV, right? And I swear to God, I snapped right on it and I said it out loud. The Simpsons cannot be on in hell. And I snapped out of the trip. And that's what happened.
You know, that's interesting because
break the spell.
I think that like a lot of these negative entity interactions and stuff like that, they're literally trying to put you in a certain state. And basically that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to like lower your vibration so low that your life turns into hell and you feel like you're in hell.
I think
I felt like real disconnected and alone.
Well, I think
like cut off from source.
Well, hold up. I think your trip is to me it's like according to all the lore of all multiple cultures all around the world, the devil was put on earth for 1,000 years, and the the devil rules the earth. Like the Aborigines say the rainbows the rainbow serpent is basically the devil, you know. Like good or bad, but it's just some kind of destroyer.
The rainbow god. They call it Lucifer rainbow god. That's another one of his names. There's another rapper and he his name is Fonzie Williams, and he has an alter ego called Rainbow God. And he basically like he knows that Rainbow God is Lucifer, and he's a Luciferian. I mean, he's not like Illuminati or anything. He's kind of like an underground rapper, but check him out. He's pretty good. He's been on this show like way long ago.
So what's this attraction to Luciferianism? And that's what I'm talking, like why they're attracted to it?
Well, here's the thing: is that Luciferianism, Lucifer people are like all those fucking occultists. They're all deceivers, and see. It's like the God that we're trying to find is the truth, you know, and it's like, and I'm not talking no Bible or any culture or anything. I'm just talking about what is God besides the creator of the universe. It's like truth. Truth cannot be destroyed. Truth destroys deception, you know.
Yes, it's the ultimate condition of reality. Yeah, I get you.
It's like in the Greeks, the whole Jesus clique was all about, they were the open and friendly secret society. And that they were open, but you know, if you didn't know the symbols, then you didn't know what was going on. And
it's the same with the Buddha too.
Well, hold up.
Then
the you know that the whole zeitgeist movement. It's like Jordan Maxwell was he was really smart, but he was kind of a tool in a way because he was spouting stuff that he wasn't. We'll see. It's like that one Jewish archaeologist from Naked Archaeology proves on this documentary called fuck, what was it called? It's a documentary about Jerusalem or something. Fuck, hold on, let me regain.
Well, in regards to what you're saying about Jordan Maxwell, he's definitely one of them. He's from the Illuminati or whatever you want to call it. He's very much an agent of them, and he kind of admits it too. Like if you pay attention to what he's saying.
But my well, hold up. My point though was that it's like Jordan Maxwell claims that Christianity was astrotheology, but in the Christian temple, Simcha Jacovici proves on the one of his documentaries that the Christians of the time only had the zodiac symbols and the sun god on the floor of the temple, because on the Aquarius sign or the Pisces sign, 2 of the Hebrew letters were purposely flipped upside down as a symbol to the secret society that was a secret Christian temple, and that their secret symbol was the skull and crossbones, and that because the skull is the Golgotha, and the symbols of their religion, Golgotha means skull place.
Wow.
And that the knowledge, this great knowledge, it's with you in your head, like it's like an ancient terminology where they lacked adjectives, and so they used metaphors to describe what they were experiencing.
Well, in regards to Jordan Maxwell, I don't feel like he's totally wrong when he compares like everything in the Bible to the zodiac and the stars and all that. It's the dismissive way that he does it. Like there's truth to what he's saying, but he's not giving you the whole story. Like the whole story, you'd have to get into like ancient Babylon and the Magi and Daniel and all of that stuff, and Jesus being born under a certain astrological alignment and stuff like that. Like the way that he does it, and I had this guy named Micah Dank come on the show, and he basically told me that all this like astrotheology stuff in the Bible, it's all just like because people back in ancient times needed to know when their crops were going to grow. I found that, I mean, all the respect to him, but I find that to be a bunch of bullshit, to put it frankly.
No, it's some of it. It's not that it was astrotheology. It's that, see, the people that made the astrotheology were doing a dumbed down version of what the Christians were doing, because the Christians had star maps and they were sailors, and they could navigate the ocean at night, and part of that's the only
there's way more to it.
Oh yeah.
Back then they knew way more stuff about like astrology. Astrology is some real shit. It comes up through the secret societies, and the astrology that is practiced today by these people doing tarot cards and stuff like that, it literally comes all the way from ancient times, back in Babylonian times. Before that,
I definitely don't like subscribe to astrology or anything, but like
sure, but like, okay, hear me out for a second, Clint.
I do. I like it.
The Magi who visited Christ were you could say they're astronomers or astrologers. They were using the same practice, the same technology to decipher the birth of the Messiah.
Well, what I was saying though is that there's their version of what the secret. I was trying to insult the secret societies by saying that their mockery of the original Christianity is like a dumbed down version, because the original Christianity was much more advanced. Their symbology was much more advanced than just the simple symbols of Freemasonry and stuff. Where
it's a negative copy. It's a deception.
It's counterfeit.
Yes, exactly. It's counterfeit. This phrase explains it all. Everything that God does, Satan copies.
Well, what's interesting though, that's a pretty good quote. What's interesting though is how that the Christian connection to Freemasonry was buried by the Illuminists, and that the Illuminati wanted to make sure that people that were originally Christians would no longer know what Christianity was, and then Christianity was replaced with the Illuminati's version of Christianity.
I believe that.
That's why.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Absolutely.
People are just filled with hate and stuff, and you'll find more connection with people smoking cigarettes outside of a restaurant or something than going to church.
Is that kind of what?
Yeah.
Isn't that what Antichrist is? Because you have to go just beyond it, just being the number of a man.
Basically,
It's an ideology. It's a belief system.
Well, in layman's
the synagogue of Satan.
In layman's terms, all the churches are worshiping the Antichrist because they're worshiping the sun god, and that the real birthday and death.
We shouldn't give like too many secrets away though, because the bad guys will just kind of like, they'll use it against us.
Well, that's what I was getting at though, is that the real birth and death of Jesus was not what they say it is in modern time. It was two different dates. If the person was real and not a symbol, or nobody knows or not. I mean, the one guy has evidence of the grave of Jesus, the Simchav Jacob. He points a symbol that was like an upside down V at a 90-degree angle with a dot in the center, and that was marked on all the Christian graves that were the apostles and the family of Jesus. Or
so what does that mean with that symbol? What do you think that symbol means? Like, how would you interpret that symbol?
Well, I'm pretty sure it means like fire, and then the dot is in the middle, and like the ancient Christian temples were Great Pyramid in the Sphinx, which was originally lion, and then Petra, and that because Petra also bears the marks of these lions that are lifting up one foot because they're shaking your hand like the grip of the lion's paw in old masonry. But like they were damn, it was I had a really big point about like two sentences ago about something I was getting up to with the symbol would most likely be a symbol of the Great Pyramid, because the word pyramid, pyre means fire and mid means middle, and the symbol of the upside down V in alchemy is fire, I'm pretty sure, and that the dot in the middle would indicate the center.
Well, you see a lot of symbols that are in music videos and stuff like that, like the so-called Illuminati, and like this is something that Pradata actually kind of helped me realize, is there's actually two Illuminatis, and the original and real Illuminati is basically the Christianity that Clint's talking about.
Yeah, the good Illuminati was this ancient symbol religion, but then the bad Illuminati has created every branch of politics and runs all the banks. And
another way I can put it, sorry to cut you off, but another way that I could put it to kind of help a simple way for people to understand, like the good Illuminati would be like the Gnostics and philosophers back in the day, and the bad Illuminati would be like the Catholic Church and the people that were murdering them.
Well, yeah, because all the original apostles, all of them except for John, were brutally killed by the Roman Empire and fucking for practicing.
That makes sense to me though too, because you think about like Jesus's birth, right? Is like kind of like the beginning of the end for the priestly caste, right? Because he makes us all priests, right? The same with the Buddha too. Like the Buddha, like
because anywhere you speak of Jesus with two people or whatever, according to the words, is that it becomes a church. According to this,
that's what I mean. Like, because like the priestly caste was corrupt, because you had to go to the priest.
Oh yeah,
but the buffer to get to God. But then Christ comes in, and now you can go to God directly through Christ. You don't need a priest, so you don't have to give them 10%. You don't have to or anything like that. Yeah. So I think it's the same thing, because you have like the Brahmin, which is the priestly class in India, right? And then Buddha comes along and he kind of takes that spirituality that was just reserved for people of a certain caste, and he brings that information, that knowledge, and he shares it with the world. So you kind of have like these rogue kind of like spiritual leaders who share that great wisdom or knowledge with all the masses, where you have a group of people who ordered it to themselves and use that wisdom and knowledge to manipulate the masses.
Well, there is the interesting part. Oh, sorry. I was going to say there is an interesting part about the secret societies where any any person in history who may or may have not existed, you know, in all the cultures where there's like a Jesus or Buddha, that type of situation, the secret societies in their writings, they call those people ascended masters, and they believe that certain people are, I mean, I think all people are equal and stuff, and that, you know, anybody who's like a super genius, we can all attain that type of level. But it's like they believe in like spirit transfer type stuff where they thought spirits were walking in. That's why I never joined the Masons, because I was afraid that, because, you know, I'm pretty super, I don't believe in religion, but I believe in lots of superstitions. And
Yeah, Michael that came on the show, the Freemason. He actually called me the other day, and he was like telling me some different stuff that he found out, and I was kind of trying to encourage him to get away from that stuff, because I was just telling him, like, it doesn't matter how long you stay a part of it, you're not going to learn anything. You have to be like bloodline and a part of the more secretive secret societies to really learn anything. You still probably won't learn shit. Like, you could literally learn way more just on your own.
Oh yeah, you can read one of their encyclopedias and know more than any Mason. But well, I was gonna say though, it's like I was superstitious that if I joined Masonry, that they were gonna somehow do a ritual, because it technically what they're doing is called ritual magic in the books, and it's
a craft
initiation, and that according to the ancient lore, it's like they're, before the original version was a Christian thing, but the corrupt version is supposedly them possibly, you know, like putting spirits into people through the initiations.
That's and they say, sure, yeah,
that too, though.
It's a demonic hive mind, but they say like that the Illuminati took over the Masonic lodges and stuff. When the Bavarian Illuminati popped up in 1776 and all that, but that's actually a lie. It happened way before that, and this is just like an alchemical story, a deception that they put on top of that to kind of explain everything away and tell a different story with symbolism. I know that's totally confusing, but the Illuminati, the bad Illuminati, does this all the time. Like they come up with false origins.
That's why it's confusing. Well, it's purpose. It's on purpose.
Well,
they're sneaky.
I traced one Illuminati version, which was the Italian one, that was traced to a coal miners workers guild, and the coal miners workers guild in Italy in the 1700s, before America was started. You know, these people were part of who went to America, but like this guild wanted a constitutional republic, and they were in Italy, and they were trying to have they were a coal miners guild, and they called themselves I forget the word, but it meant oil, like the oil lamp that they burn, but I can't remember the Italian word for it.
That's why like a lot of this stuff has a dual meaning. Like, like you could say Luciferianism is evil and all this stuff, but it's actually kind of in a way a corrupted form of Luciferianism, because even Jesus calls himself the morning star. And in Revelations, it talks about lamps being lit and like glowing seals on people's foreheads and stuff like that. It's the same thing. It's Satan copying God with his own Messiah and his own son. But in reality, like, I mean, Lucifer is just a word and it's a name, and it has an appeal to people for a reason. It's kind of like a gateway into black magic and all that. Yeah, but it also, but the what I'm trying to say is like the true original meaning is benign. It's not like evil. It's like the evil darkness uses Lucifer as kind of like this
that word. Well, the original word is Latin for like a match, and that like well, I was gonna link the have you ever heard of the 1,000-year lamp?
I think I've heard of that idea before. I'm not like real familiar with it. Not really.
You can, like, link the 1,000-year lamp, which was like an oil lamp that burned for 1,000 years in the Aramaic lore, to the Jesus lore, where it's like 1,000-year lamp of oil, and then in Greek, oil is Christos, and like the symbology of the lore. It's like I've traced the lore to like basically right now what I'm searching for in the archaeology of biblical stuff is the tomb of John, who wrote Revelations. it's a 7-sided tomb, and it's it's whatever it was. People who found the Rosicrucian Society found it, and they supposedly like back researched the scrolls or whatever in it, and it's really hard to explain, but like the symbol of the heart, according to the Rosicrucians, was a symbol of Jesus, and that it was a symbol of an upside down flame, and that and it was the whole, like, there's so much symbology. I mean, I used to sit there and read all these books that I would get off the web from the torrent sites like 15 years ago. That
yeah, no, that's awesome. Looks like we got somebody in the chat, Zeth Zeta Rex. He's bringing a little knowledge in. Says Naga is ancient serpents, not snakes. Serpents are divine. Exactly, like the Nagas were teaching humanity, and they were actually good. And then somehow we got it twisted, and it turned into like the snake in the garden and all that, and the snake became a symbol of evil. But in reality, the ancients, like the Egyptians, they had the snake on their headdress because it was a symbol of wisdom. And I believe even Christ said that we should be wise like serpents. So again, we're being hit by this like reverse symbology and this attaching a negative connotation to what is actually something good and something we should be looking into. But because of this mind control, it's completely flipped everything on its head. And now we think what's good is evil and what's evil is good, basically.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that the serpent lore dates back to like the only modern version of it is real ayahuasca, where you see the serpents in the air makes pictures for you, and that that people all around, even the Aborigines, had a version of ayahuasca that they were tripping, and they were seeing these serpents that were some kind of earth spirit, and that they were showing them things they've never seen, like have you ever tripped really hard in the dark? It's like these people, if you go to a real ayahuasquero, the people will go there, and then they'll drink ayahuasca, and then they'll sit in the dark for extended periods of time, and then in the dark is where you will see these visions. And I've experienced it before, and it's the real deal. It's not, because I've searched all religions for some type of real magic, and like this is like a real magic that
No, that's just magic, dude. That's the only way you can describe it.
Oh yeah, it's real. Like if you go to Mexico, the Mexicans, there's always fucking lore of real magic. I can't remember the words for it, but it's the ayahuasqueros, those are the ayahuasca magicians,
Yeah, there's that story of kind of jumping on the same line of thought here, of Terence McKenna when he was in South America, and he's in the tent with the native shamans. And I think I brought this up to you before, Clint, but they're like doing this magical ritual where they send like these little red darts at their enemies, and they get hit by these darts, and it like sticks in their bodies and hurts and shit like that. Like they're doing things that we could only barely grasp or understand.
Wait, he said that his wife Kat was the one who did the dart thing with her eyes, and that he said
that's part of it too. Yeah.
Backstory was that there was a younger kid in the tribe who was the grandson of the ayahuasquero, the medicine man, and that the younger grandson was like selling weed and hookers and shit, and the stuff that nobody was approving of. And then during the ayahuasca ceremony, at one point, there's a magical song that's sung by the ayahuasca shaman, and that the song is called an Icaro, and it's a magical song taught to them by the ayahuasca spirit, which it's taught by what they call Señorita Ayahuasquero, which is it's a female spirit of the vine, and but they repeat this song, and then when they sing this, they hum this song, and this tune, this magical tune, makes a story happen in the air, and everybody sees it all at once. and it's when you see it, it's like it's crazy because you could all talk about it afterwards and be like, "Yo, did you see that crazy shit?" You
Oh,
know?
that's crazy. Hey, but have you ever been? You know what that reminds me of? Have you ever been? They don't have it anymore, but Knott's Berry Farm used to have this thing called the Mystery Lodge, where they have like this old,
What?
like
That's
holographic
crazy.
figure tell the story, later you'd be in a lodge, and you'd be around the fire, and they have like this old Indian, like holographic character come out tell you this story, and the fire just turns into all the story. Like when you're doing it, turns into like the illustrations of the story. That's just badass.
Oh yeah, that was probably based on like peyote lore.
Yeah,
because the peyotes can be good too. If I mean, I've only tried it like 20 years ago, but like
yeah.
you could definitely.
And I just recently got some passes for my daughter, man. You know, like some yearly passes. So I was like, I asked them if they still had it, man, because I was dead set on taking some shrooms, man, and going in that motherfucker. I'm serious. Without my daughter, like going up there one day without my daughter, shrooms in my system, and go check that shit out.
Oh man. All right, guys. We're gonna have to kind of wrap up.
No worries.
You wanna say any last words to everybody out there? I guess Clint, you can go first.
About like because I mean I've done this quite a few times, I guess.
Just tell everybody like some words of parting and whatever last bits of light you'd like to impart onto the populace out there.
Okay, like so don't be deceived. Study the Constitution and Supreme Court cases, and you'll see that there's all sorts of laws that back up your rights to do anything, basically, and that as long as you're not infringing on somebody else's. And also, like, don't trust any religion or lore unless you've read it all, and because I mean, even when you read it all, it's still like a huge riddle and book of mystery type thing. And I mean, I was going to talk about gematria earlier and biblical stuff and how that could have been like given by spirits or some shit, but it's that's a whole different thing. But anyways, I mean, technically, I guess I'd just say listen to my YouTube so you can hear William Cooper talk about shit, because I mean, but also keep in mind like Terrence McKenna type shit, because the shamanist shit's real, where like they got medicine plants that aren't hallucinogenic that does cure shit, like fucking shit that cures cancer and stuff, the cat's claw plant, and like I take cat's claw plant and this dragon's blood plant for like stomach ulcers, and it cures it, and freaking it's like a miracle because nothing else could cure it. It also cured my mom's lung cancer. I guess that's all I got to say. I mean, technically, I can't say anything. I'm not recommending any medical knowledge or any legally speaking, because saying it cures cancer, it really did, but I just can't say that.
No, I don't doubt you at all, but appreciate you coming on, Clint. Hopefully we hear from you next time as well. Love having you on. So much knowledge there. Dr. Robert, it is your turn, my friend.
Hey man, just question shit. Don't be so quick to accept what people say, and do your research, verify everything, don't take people's word for it. Don't let anybody slide. I don't care who they are, I don't care if they got doctor before their name or they're a scientist. Whatever they say, especially now since we have Google and shit like that, man. Like Google search is easy. Just type in their statement and see if it's true. It's really just that simple. Like, make everybody back their fucking shit up, man. Because we're in the age of all this information. We got all these slimy people, and all they care about is money and fame. So they get on TikTok and they just talk out of their ass and say anything and make up shit, man. I mean, like, we can't allow that shit to go on anymore, man. It's hurting society. And then the last thing I want to say, man, support my girl, man. Give AOC a chance, man. She's doing big things. She's doing this. She's trying to work out this legislation to get the CIA to disclose, their involvement in the coups in Latin America and stuff like that, man. So, she's actually involved in doing things that really would drain the swamp, instead of just paying lip service to drain the swamp. And the more support she can get,
You know, and the more like red states, you know, mirror what she's doing in her community in the Bronx, man, and focusing on the needs of the community and making sure everybody's fed and everybody has clothes and everybody has a roof over their head, you know, working together as a community and making sure that our needs are met and not letting these politicians come down here, you know, and psyops us or turn us against one another, you know, while we're starving, you know what I mean? Before they can tell us anything or tell us to hate anybody, first they must prove that they're good shepherds and that they can feed and clothe us. First, they must prove, you know, that they can solve our problems and make sure we're not suffering. And if they can't prove that they can do that first, then we don't want to hear this other shit they have to say. And that's the mindset we have to have. You know what I'm saying? Prove that you can take care of us first, and then we'll start to believe the bullshit you have to say. But, you know, that's the last thing I have to say, though. And support Daniel's show and more shows like this, because these are deprogramming shows, man. We tell people the truth. We teach people how to think. We teach people how to approach topics scientifically, you know, and correctly, man. And, you know, support people that are teaching you how to think and teach you how to look at these things that's going to free you instead of make you a slave, that's going to free you from mind control instead of keeping you in control of people who don't really have your best interests at heart. And that's all I have to say.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Robert. Always good to have you on. Definitely a good friend of this show. Looks like Al jumped back on. What's you thinking about, Al? What's
up? I forgot something I've been needing to tell you. There's a video game out there that's like super popular. I'm not sure which one it is. But they added an AI to it, and there's these characters been popping up with people's names that are trying to get home. And they're giving addresses and shit, and when you research frickin' the address and shit like that, people live there that disappeared, all right? Are you with me?
What the hell? That's scary, man.
Okay. Now, with that being said, I know that the little gray bastards and reptilian scumbags have technology that they can take you out of your body and put you into anybody they want. All right? Literally anybody. They can put me inside you and you and me if they want. All right?
That would be really weird.
A lot of people that they're disappearing to frickin' do their frickin' shit, they're throwing into these video games so that they can collect the loose shop. You know what loose is, right?
Yeah, it's like emotional energy.
Yeah, all right. These people are all frightened and shit like that. They got thrown into a video game. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They're all part of that demonic AI hive mind shit that they've been added to. They've been added to the whole fucking AI hive mind shit.
Can you go inside? There's like a lot of wind that's making it hard to hear you.
Yeah, I thought that might be a problem.
It's going whoa. Every time you have some kind of point to make, it's going whoa.
Well, you know, it's kind of funny. I'm coming on the show this late, and hardly anybody's probably going to hear this.
Well, they'll hear the replay at least.
No, I'm just saying this late in the show, this could be the end, and hardly anybody's going to make it this far.
I don't know about that. The hardcores will.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the broader audience isn't going to hear all this.
Well, maybe.
But yeah, they've been putting fucking people in video games and shit, and people are noticing that there's actual people in their video games now thanks to the AI introduction to the video game. I don't think it's Warcraft or Minecraft. I think it was something else. What's the real popular one right now?
There's Fortnite. Could that be the one?
Yeah, that's it. Fortnite. That's the one.
Man, that's freaky.
People are showing up in there because they just added the AI to it, and now people are showing up, or characters are showing up that are they're like background characters, but they're appearing to be real people. Confused about why they're there and what's going on. What is this place? Shit like that. Making comments like that as they're going through the landscape and shit like that. And the people they run into are saying shit like that.
I love that. That's wild. Maybe what's happening is the spirits are like discarnate and they're wandering around, but they're able to kind of jump inside of there almost like a Ouija board or something.
No, I think these are people that have been taken out of their bodies and freaking their bodies used for other shit. Like satanic ritual and sacrifice and shit like that, because there's way too much of that going on right now.
Maybe that's highly plausible. I have heard the same things that you're telling me. Like I've heard about aliens being able to, or basically what happens when they abduct you is they make a clone of you in their ship and they actually transfer your spirit or soul into that clone, then they do things to that clone body which still has an effect on your actual aura and your real body because of quantum entanglement.
Well, part of the problem with all that is you got the firmament up there, God's little fucking barrier. Nobody can get past there unless you got your shit right with God and Jesus. We don't go to the moon. We ain't going to the space. Actually, the International Space Station is just inside the outer firmament, but there's a new one been added about 40 miles up. Another containment field got put up.
I think you're on the right line of thought, because I don't totally buy the idea that we're not going up at all, because obviously we're at least going into the high atmosphere, which may not actually be space, but there is something going on where, there's satellites up there, the International Space Station. We are able to go up.
We got shit floating around up there, but where the Van Allen belt starts at 140 miles, that's the actual firmament. You can't get past that at all.
Yeah, I could buy into that, because I've seen like triangle craft just shoot straight up in the air. They might not be going into space, but they're going somewhere. They're going pretty high up.
Yeah, well, but there's a new one. It's only 40 miles up. When you see them rockets go up and you see that little wake it starts making, they're hitting the new one. They're freezing instantly. As soon as they hit that shit, they go through it and it freezes them solid instantly. I mean, like in a second. As soon as they hit it, whoosh, it's frozen solid. Kind of like Lot's wife when she turned her head and got turned into a pillar of salt. Same deal.
All right, Al. It's a
but
good talking to you.
There are ways to leave this planet through portals, stargates and shit. Like, you can still come and go through portals, but you can't leave this planet directly.
Gotcha. So, it is getting a little late. Do you have any parting words for the audience out there?
Oh yeah, come check out my YouTube channel, Martian Medicine Man. I only got 8 subscribers. I could sure use more.
There you go. Now you're marketing, buddy.
Well, I'm releasing all my old shit right now.
You just got
my early stuff.
You just got to get a little bit more like selfish and a little bit more marketing minded.
I ditched the ego a long time ago. I'm just doing it for entertainment purposes only. I'm not looking to make money.
We'll
just for entertainment purposes only.
We'll see. Once you get your first 100,
I'm releasing all my primitive recordings right now, my 4-track shit.
The thing is, like, sometimes you have better success than other platforms because YouTube is like big tech and it's algorithmed and all that. So, certain people, they suppress.
Now, my problem is I'm too hip for America. My shit goes over big over in Europe. But on my music, when I was with the Rosicrucian High Priestess and I was playing my tapes for her,
yeah,
she told me that my music sounded like it belonged on the other side, like it was
the Atlantic Ocean,
like it was ethereal. I haven't been 20 years ago I was dating a Rosicrucian High Priestess. That was the last time I've ever been with anybody too. It was about 20 years ago.
The witch.
No, the witch was before the Rosicrucian High Priestess.
Oh, so there's 2 of them.
Yeah, the Wicked Witch of the West. I called her the Wicked Bitch of the West. Yeah, but she also went by Tweaker Bell.
That's funny.
She got taught witchcraft, Mormon witchcraft, by her grandmother.
Did you say Mormon witchcraft?
No. But here's a kicker. You know that freaking Skinwalker Ranch shit?
Yeah.
Okay, most of the ranches up in that area are owned by the Bandera Ranch, including that one. Well, maybe not that one, but all the other ones around it. Well, the one, Tweaker Bell / Wicked Witch of the West, her mother owns those ranches. Or owned them. She's probably dead by now. But
you're kidding me.
When I was dating her 20 years ago, her grandmother or her mother owned the Bandera Ranch, was all the ranches surrounding Skinwalker Ranch.
They opened some kind of portal there.
Not them. Somebody else did a long time ago. Or actually, it was already there. Because when you want to know why the freaking Anasazi left the Four Corners area and Chaco Canyon and all that shit?
Wait, the Anasazi, who?
The Anasazi, the cliff dwellers and shit. You want to know why they lived on the cliffs?
Why?
They got tired of the giants coming out of the fucking caves and chasing them down and eating them.
Oh yeah, I can believe that. That's why I was saying, like, earlier, I was saying how giants and vampires are the same thing in a way. Like, that's not the whole truth, nothing but the truth. But all they used to do back then was eat people and do like cannibalistic satanic rituals.
Hey, they're fucking feeding us people in fucking McDonald's hamburgers right now, so they're bringing all that shit back too. Hey, do you ever watch What We Do in the Shadows?
No, but I have had several friends and acquaintances recommend it to me.
Yeah, it's an interesting show. Quite interesting.
Everything nowadays is like truthful gothic shit that's repackaged into some trendy like Netflix stuff, and it's all like truth being told through fiction.
Well, as I told you earlier, this is kindergarten through 5th grade. We don't get to do any of that shit. Fucking, that's junior high school shit. Doing the Van Helsing thing or the freaking Hancock thing or doing the fucking Walking Dead thing. You know, that's junior high school shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Harry Potter and all that's all junior high shit. But then after you graduate through all that shit, then you get to go do Star Trek and Star Wars in high school. That's what them little gray bastards and reptilians are. They're just high schoolers fucking with us, fucking with the elementary school. This is on a galactic scale, dude. This has nothing to do with freaking the devil and all that shit. We're told that's all devil fucking lies and bullshit. This is all about the fucking reptilians and the little gray bastards trying to take over the galaxy.
Okay, so this is where I guess we have a difference of opinion, because to me that sounds more like the deception. You know, saying it's all aliens, but I mean, I can't really.
No, just think of God as fucking the fucking universe's police department. Fucking they got out of hand. A bunch of high schoolers got out of hand, and now they got this whole fucking planet surrounded right now. Literally, I mean, it's all around this planet, fucking keeping an eye on everything down here.
It's a possibility, but I also have to entertain the idea that, like, okay, that you believe in God, right, Al? You believe in God.
Of course.
Have you ever seen the movie Prince of Darkness?
No.
Okay. Alice Cooper actually does the soundtrack. You would dig this movie. It is about basically an anti-God, like an opposing force.
Yeah.
You got to watch this.
And like on Supernatural, when God had his sister locked up because she was the darkness, right?
That sounds interesting. You know, I never got that into that show. I know they went like 20 seasons. One of these days, I'm gonna have to binge the shit out of it.
I didn't like all the beginning shit, but when Castiel and fucking Lucifer and Crowley showed up, I was all, oh, this is interesting. I started watching it and got a little idea what's really going on in the big picture.
Yeah, I was too busy watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel.
You know about Lilith, right?
Oh yeah, but hey, we got to get into this another time. We've given away enough secrets on this episode. Let's save it for another show.
Hey, you know what? The AI is in control of everything right now, and fucking we do got to watch what we say. But fucking nothing I'm saying it just doesn't already know.
All right, Al. I will talk to you next time, buddy.
All right, have a better day than weekend than you imagine, brother.
Thanks. And that was Al. Yeah, I mean, I know like people out there are hungry for, you know, esoteric secrets and stuff like that, but I'm not kidding when I say that this is literally the stuff that the system's like an immune system, a negative immune system, and when you get too into this stuff, the white blood cells or the demonic element, the AI, demonic AI, whatever it is, they start to kind of come after you. So I don't want to give away too much all at once, if that makes sense. Like we're going really deep, and I'm glad that people out there appreciate that. And I don't mean to sound like a party pooper or a bummer. And it's really hard to explain because I've run into this time and time again, and I just don't want to do too much at once, because it starts to, you know, you start to get that kickback. I like to kind of put it in under the radar. And it's not that I'm trying to like hype myself up as some great holder of secrets. It's not like that. Like there's, you know, other people coming on here that are sharing things I don't even know about, but I don't want to like get the show deplatformed and start up that gang stalking shit again, because I finally just got it to stop. And I'm not even kidding about that. Like that was some weird shit. And part of that, you know, like I said before, just has to do with, you know, kind of cleansing yourself and cleansing your aura. I think once you reach like a higher vibratory state, it's harder for them to mess with you. I'm not saying they can't just come up and kill you physically, but there's a certain protection that I feel like when you have a certain positive energy about you. But let's get into some more exoteric stuff. It's 3:33. Oh, I need some water. I'm getting dry mouth. There's a lot happening in the news. I'm just going to fly through this stuff because I'm getting tired, which is usually what happens. So, I was getting a little bit of negative feedback about the last show, just a little bit. It's like 99% positive. We love it. I'm talking about Laura Faye, guest on the last show. Tons of great feedback about her. People loved her. They thought she was great, but there was a little bit of like, oh, she's messing with tarot cards. That's satanic. That's black magic. That's terrible. And I guess I just don't really agree with that. I think that if you are using those tools to do bad things, then they're bad. But I don't think that just using tarot cards is bad. You're not like summoning evil spirits. You're not doing anything parasitic or vampiric. You're just kind of allowing that natural synchronicity to come through the cards. You're using them as a tool to witness the divine. And maybe there's negative synchronicities too. I don't really know that, but I don't think that it's bad just reading some cards or casting bones or reading the clouds or reading the patterns of the walls or however you reading palms or however you decipher things or divine things. I don't think that's necessarily evil or bad. I don't, kind of like what I was saying earlier, how there were the good people, the good Illuminati and the bad ones. And nowadays, the bad Illuminati, which seems to be in control for whatever reason now, you can tell because the world's dying, they seem to want to put this idea out there that magic is evil, that it's bad. A lot of people think that this is coming from a good source, but we got to keep in mind that this is the Catholic Church behind a lot of this stuff, and they're putting people in these terrible torture devices back in the day, and they were burning entire peoples to death, people that had a Christian belief, but it was a bit different. Like I had a guest that came on here really attack me because I was getting into like occult Gnostic type of stuff, and this person was just so angry at me for believing or subscribing or exploring anything besides this strict focused idea of Christianity that he had. And he was coming at me trying to get me in line, and he was acting very controlling towards me and just trying to force me to see things his way. He wasn't enlightening me with words. He wasn't uplifting my spirit or making me see the truth or the light. He was attacking me and calling me stupid and calling me a dumb stoner, and that he's so much smarter than me, and I should be doing exactly what he's doing. And that just, it kind of woke me up, I guess. It made me realize that what he was doing was wrong. It took credibility from what he was even trying to teach me. It made me realize that this idea that magic or the occult or Gnosticism are bad, that's not correct. That's just not correct. Like, even I can use the Old Testament as an example. Like, all that, I always use this as a joke, but this sacrificing the goats thing, that's magic. That's blood magic. That is a vampiric type of magic. And to say that is different than what these other people are into, I'm not seeing it that way. I think that it's wrong to kill a goat, an innocent goat, in any case. Like, unless maybe you're going to eat it, because that's just survival and eating. But to just sacrifice a goat or take a live goat and slit its throat and stick it on a fire, that's not good. That's a poor innocent creature. And I think that was Christ's message, to not go by the letter of the law, but to listen to your heart, listen to like a higher guidance. And the fact that he was going against the Pharisees and he was going against the way of things, there's a lot of truth and power to that. I don't think that these people that get mad because you're listening to rock music or anything like that are correct. Going back to the John Todd stuff, he was all about going to schools, getting parents together, getting Christians together, and they're burning records. And I suppose you could do that nowadays. You could collect a bunch of Lady Gaga records or people's smartphones, iTunes, just burn them. But that's not really going to work out, is it? Because this stuff's all over the internet. But no, I don't agree with burning records. I don't agree with burning people's stuff. I don't agree with taking things away from your kids that you think are harmful to them. To an extent, I think that you gotta make some effort to prevent your kids from seeing things that are really violent that could have a bad effect on them, or really scary, or bad influences. I think you should shield them to an extent, until they're like teenagers. I think that's fair, but I don't think that seeing God as your father and obeying him, I don't know about that stuff. But who knows? Maybe I just need to learn more. Moving on, climate change. I think this might be how they're going to chip us, right? Because Twitter becomes X. X becomes a more elaborate social credit system. Next thing you know, they're tracking our carbon footprint through this overall app that we use for everything. And then it gets to the point where, hey, we need to move beyond the smartphone and we need to get into these implants. The glasses are the next step, maybe an earpiece. And then they're going to start putting stuff in our bodies. And that has to do with some other things that are going on. Accepting things into your body, accepting things under your skin. They're going to use the climate change narrative to justify chipping us. That seems to be where it's going. Martian Medicine Man says technology is demonic. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if I agree with that either. I think that in ancient civilizations, they used a technology that was less wasteful and polluting and toxic. They used a more energy efficient type of technology, free energy. I say that fossil fuels and things like that are demonic, but free energy is better technology. That's godly because it's free and it already exists. And that means that it's made by God, right? The sun is the sun. If we're using solar energy efficiently without creating too much waste, that's holy and that's godly. If we are using it wrong, might be. Magic Maiden says using it wrong might be. Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea. Oil is bacteria poop, probably. I think that stuff is evil. The stuff that destroys the world. And I have to at least say, however, I do agree that we don't need technology. If we can live, everything's provided for us. All the plants and animals and stuff, we already have everything that we need. Do I need to have all this crap? Not really. It comforts me, but does it really make me any happier once I get used to it? Not really. Not when I have to work my ass off for it. I mean, what am I working so hard for? So I can get food and water and somewhere to take a dump. I'm pretty sure I could find all those things if I just lived by myself out in the wilderness. It might be kind of boring and lonely, but I don't think that I'm working to survive. I think I'm working to make a bunch of rich assholes richer. And that's when we get into like these different political ideologies, because the one we have kind of sucks. It's certainly not perfect. But moving on, come on, we only have so much time here. No one wants to hear me monologue forever. Looks like there's a 98-year-old Nazi prison guard sentenced. He killed 3,300 people. Not sure how I feel about that stuff. The guy's 98. He's gonna die. What are you accomplishing with that? Like, why don't you just leave the judgment to God? Why do you feel like you just feel so strongly about this stuff? Got to hold these Nazis accountable. They're terrible. What's the point of punishing somebody for the last 2 to 4 years of their life? They're just going to die. Like, you want them to die in prison. What about all the Nazis that we recruited to work at NASA? What about all the ones that we used for mind control, or the ones that we allowed to escape to South America? Oh, they get away, but we pick and choose, and we use other ones as an example, as a way to continue the narrative of, and not to say that it's not true. Of course, the Nazis were very evil, but the whole, oh my God, Nazis. We already know the Nazis were bad. We don't constantly need to be reminded of what happened in World War II. Like, just, I don't know, leave the guy alone. That's how I feel about it. Even though he's a terrible Nazi killing machine, let him die and he can be judged by God. What do you think that you're doing there? You think you're giving people hope? I really doubt it. Bullying a senior citizen is not giving people hope. Somebody that's probably so old and they have dementia that's so thick, they probably don't even know what's going on. And that doesn't mean that I think like Joe Biden should get away with all his Pizzagate bullshit. Meghan and Harry. You know what I was going to bring up about Meghan earlier? There's a lot of people talking. I have plenty of time I can talk, so I tend to just let people go. But there was an interview with Meghan, and she was talking about how they were forcing her to bow, and she just did this like really exaggerated thing where she goes, oh. She said, they make me do that like every day. And obviously the British people got really mad about this. Like, she's making fun of their culture. I thought that was a little catty, a little trollish. She knows what she was getting into. She married into the British royal family. Not saying I support any of that bullshit because it's stupid. But to go on a TV show and go, oh, like, come on, Meghan. Like, what are you doing? You're that angry? That's not pointing out the bad stuff that these people are doing. That's just you disrespecting a whole country and their cultures. Not saying I agree with bowing to anybody, but to put that out there in everybody's face and then wonder why people don't like you, you might want to work on that. But anyways, I guess Harry and Meghan are kind of separating the business aspect of their lives. Like, Harry's off doing this stuff, and Meghan, she's pursuing her acting career, which she already had before any of this stuff. But it's the people are saying that it platformed her or gave her much more notoriety. Whether that be good or bad, I don't know. But I will continue to watch the show and how things go down. It's too bad because, like, that other girl, the one that's married to William, isn't her name Kate? Like, I barely even know who she is or know anything about her because Meghan is just trolling so hard. She gets all the attention. And poor Kate, she's just, the lonely white chick in the corner that's just like, man, these people will never pay attention to me. Must be rough, right? Her husband's losing his hair. I mean, I'm losing my hair. I'm not hating on the guy, but man, he should wear a toupee or something. Or they should just let what's the guy's name? John Halamed or whatever. They should just let him take over everything. That'd be refreshing, at least. Gotta stop doing that. I've been getting into Opie and Anthony a little bit. Like, I was always this huge Howard Stern guy, and I love listening to Stern, especially old stuff. Like I've been listening since like maybe 1999. Take it easy, Skate and Destroy. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Magic Maiden, good night. Have a nice night. Sweet dreams. Opie and Anthony. So I never really got that into them. I thought that Stern was just the shit, right? And Opie and Anthony were kind of like these like wannabes. It was like 9 out of 10 people listen to Stern that were really into radio, and then that one person was like a huge Opie and Anthony fan, and they're like, "Oh fuck Stern, it's all about Opie and Anthony." And I just never saw them as worth getting into or listening to. But I guess maybe I've just listened to so much of the Stern stuff. There's not a whole lot left to explore, at least not a whole lot that's out there. And for whatever reason, I've been exploring this whole Opie and Anthony thing. And man, those two had some wild fights. Like they hate each other now. They were working together for like, what, 15, 20 years, maybe more than that. And now they hate each other's guts, and they slam each other all the time, and give up dirt on each other. It's kind of disgusting. Like they're both good on the radio. I can admit that. Like listening to Anthony, it's rare that somebody can go on the air by themselves and just talk and actually be entertaining for hours. Like there's not a whole lot of people that can pull that off. Usually you're going to get bored, right? But he's just talking so much smack and being real. He's funny. Opie's good too. Like I've been kind of getting into him and his solo stuff, and it was just a weird chain of events. Like somehow they were on Sirius, and then Anthony got in some fight with some girl, and he lost his job at Sirius, and then it was Opie and this other guy named Jim Norton, and there's this clip of Jesse Ventura going on their show, and Jesse Ventura is getting pissed, and he's acting like he wants to beat the crap out of this Jim Norton guy. If you want to be entertained for a few minutes, look that up on YouTube. Opie and Jim Norton versus Jesse Ventura. That's just some wild stuff. And then somehow they ended up off of Sirius as well, and they went their separate ways, and now they're totally independent. Like Anthony has his thing, Opie has his thing, and they both just have their own solo shows or podcasts or whatever. I know Anthony was actually teamed up with Artie Lang for a while. That was interesting. And this all just went on without me even noticing. I didn't even get into this stuff until they're finished with it, which is kind of sad. But for a little while there, that was kind of a good pairing. And I'm kind of getting into it a little bit. I mean, I'm a fan of radio, and there's so much out there that it would take multiple lifetimes to get to all this stuff. So I'm just kind of getting into it and taking my time with it and enjoying it. I got a lot of time at work where I can listen to radio and old shows and podcasts and stuff like that. Mostly I listen to friends of mine, friends of the show, like Raven Kiefer's podcast, or Subconscious Realms with our buddy Lee. There's a Michael Decon program. All kinds of good stuff out there to check out and listen to. But also I like to, listen to some old stuff and old radio personalities, and, kind of learn from the people that have made it. Radio and podcasting is brutal. It's so hard to get over. It's so hard to get a following, get anybody to listen to you. It's grueling. But the people that put their heart and soul into it, they tend to get some sort of listenership or fan base. People listen to me, but to be honest with you, I'd like for millions of people to listen to me. I don't know if that's possible with this subject matter. It just might always get shut down once it reaches a certain size, which I've seen a lot of people that's happened to. But yeah, moving on. Talked about the missing kids in Hawaii quite a bit. Burger King sucks now. I don't know why I want to talk about this. I know it's getting late, but I remember going to Burger King and getting a Whopper. Whoppers were good, man. It was big, it was meaty, had all these vegetables on it, And for a while, they're just $1. Like you could literally get a Whopper for $1, or it might have been $1.99, or maybe it was 99 and then it became $1.99. But man, those things are good. Fresh pickles, lettuce, tomatoes, onions. Now they taste like wax. Like when you go get a Whopper, the burger has no flavor. It tastes like mush. All you taste is that weird mayo stuff in there and this waxy sort of flavor. And it completely overpowers the burger. I got like 2/3 through a Whopper. I was like, man, this is disgusting. I don't even want to finish this. I love hamburgers. I can't even finish this shit. It's nasty. And the thing was like, it was over $10. It was like $12. It was a double Whopper with bacon and cheese. I shouldn't even be eating this crap in the first place. But man, this thing was disgusting. I took a few bites of this and I felt gross. And after I ate the whole thing, I felt sick. And for what they're charging, you could go to way better places like Red Robin or the Habit Grill or Five Guys, and you could get a burger that's actually good. You can get a good burger. So I don't know what these guys' problem is. Somehow their company has become so bloated and shitty, and their food has just become so bad that it's turned into a complete shit show. And they're way overcharging people for disgusting crap. And I still see people going through the drive-thru. I still see people trying to get that Burger King, and I don't get it. That food is shit. Like even McDonald's, like even eating the Soylent Green human meat at McDonald's is better than eating this Burger King crap. That's how bad it has become. And it's so expensive. Don't go there. Somehow they're getting people to go there through gimmicks. Like they come out with some new product, like these wraps. They're all right. I tried one of them. I'm not going to that place anymore. Burger King is shit. And Jack in the Box sucks now too. They always burn the food. Okay, enough of that. You guys check out this Oliver Anthony guy. This is like the hot new thing. This country music singer. He's singing that song. For people like me and people like you, it's an old world. And then na-na-na-na. It's hard living in the new world with an old soul. This song is off the charts. It's so big. And the reason is because this guy is singing about the truth. He's talking about rich men and how they don't give a shit about us and they're just exploiting us all. And it's in the form of a country music song. And there's a reason why this is resonating with the population. It's because we're fed up. And I think the fact that people are getting so into this dude is a good sign. It's a sign that people are starting to feel like they don't want to take it anymore. It's a good song. It's catchy. And it's what we have needed for a while. You know, these little things like the Great Awakening. You know, the Great Awakening is very associated with the right and like conservatism and, you know, Republicans and all that. But that's not all it is. The Great Awakening really has taken a lot of people to a higher level of consciousness and made them aware of things that they'd never know about. And that can be said about QAnon, and it can be said a lot about these little mini movements that have a negative connotation above them. But actually, there's people that found the truth through these vectors. You could even say that about Alex Jones. Like, when I was first getting into this stuff, the connections Alex Jones was making did lead me to a greater understanding. I personally feel that that's controlled opposition, and he's steering people. At some point, he's steering people off the truth. But that doesn't mean that there's good and evil, and there's evil and good. And even through disinformation, you could find the truth, because a lot of times disinformation is truth mixed with lies. It could even be like 99% truth and 1% lies. So don't think just because something's disinformation that it's completely false. Like, a lot of people believe David Icke is disinformation, but his books contain a ton of truth, especially if you take this stuff and you combine it with other research and other authors and things like that. You can really learn a lot, and that's how a lot of us got started. We just started with the normal stuff that everybody looks at and most people dismiss, but instead of dismissing it, we took it way deeper. That's kind of what this show's about. I hope a lot of people are still listening. I know we go long, and I don't expect every single person that listens to this show to be listening from start to finish. But I believe in what we're doing here, and I believe in the power of it, and I believe in this audience because you guys remind me all the time. I'm getting tired. Sports. I bought this Nerf football earlier because I used to have one of these when I was a kid, but it was different. It was the spiral pattern type. This is kind of like, this actually looks more like a real football. I really like it though. Just tossing it around with friends, or just, tossing it to myself, just playing with it. Love this thing. I can even kick little field goals down the hallway. But anyways, let's get into sports. So looks like our buddy Trey Lance that we were just talking about, we're talking about how he's third string. They traded him. The 49ers traded him to the Cowboys. That's huge for him. I mean, maybe this means he won't be sitting on the bench. He's actually going to have a shot to play. I think it's great for everybody. It wasn't working out with the 49ers for whatever reason. It wasn't clicking with them. But now he has a chance to compete on a new team for that starting position. And maybe the Trey Lance movement has not ended entirely. Maybe there's hope for this kid. I'm seeing it as a sign of a sign that things are looking up for him. So shout out to Trey and the Cowboys, the Cowgirls, as the haters like to call them. But God bless them, of course. Also, CM Punk moving into the world of pro wrestling. It seems like our buddy CM Punk, who we've talked about endlessly on this program, CM Punk, who is a very controversial figure, not only in the pro wrestling world, but I guess you could say in the MMA, UFC world as well. He's also been involved in comic books. He was a guest star on that show Mayans, which I recommend to everybody. Sons of Anarchy and Mayans, great shows. But he got in another brawl. This time it was at the big all-in event at Wembley Stadium in England. I guess he had a little backstage altercation with Jack Perry, who many people don't know this, but is actually Luke Perry's son, Luke Perry from 90210. His son is a pro wrestler named Jungle Boy, or sometimes he just goes by Jack Perry. Apparently there was some kind of altercation between them, and from what I heard, CM Punk was choking him. So they're both out, they're both suspended. CM Punk finally got back in the ring after getting in that big brawl with the I was going to call them the Hardy Boys, I'm tired, the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega against CM Punk and his trainer or friend. And he finally got back, and he's already kind of screwing it up. He got in another fight backstage, and here's the kicker: supposedly there's footage of this fight happening. So fingers crossed, hopefully we see that footage emerge at some point and we can laugh at the crazy behavior from some of these guys. I'm saddened by this. I was hoping that he would have some really good storylines in AEW and this would mark a new phase of his career, but a tiger doesn't change its stripes. The guy is a little unhinged. I love the guy. He's entertaining as hell, but he just can't seem to control his temper, and it's getting him in trouble again. So best of luck to CM Punk. One last story, and we can call it a night. Moving into the world of MMA and UFC, Paige Van Zant, you know her, right? I think she's with American Top Team, the blonde. As you guys know, I'm not massively into MMA like I was in my 20s and early 30s, early to mid 30s. MMA was my life. I was even trying to become a fighter. That's how important it was to me. I got older and kind of started getting into other things, other sports, and I barely watch it anymore. I don't really watch it. I don't pay any attention to it. I mean, I still respect it. I still love it, especially for, self-defense purposes or getting in shape or just having something in your life to, feel good about, a good hobby. But I'm just not that into it anymore. But I know who Paige Van Zandt is. I know she was kind of a mediocre fighter. Like, she wasn't a champion. She was good enough to make an impact and get people excited. But when it came to fighting the real tough broads or chicks, or women, sorry, she wasn't quite on that really high level. And what she's saying is she made more money on OnlyFans in one day than she made in her entire UFC career. Is that not the most disturbing shit that you've ever heard? Like, we can do all this work promoting ourselves, trying to build something, get people to pay attention to us. But some moderately attractive girl, I say moderately attractive because she's not that hot. She's hot, but she's not like, a movie star, like good looks, not anywhere close. She's kind of leaning more towards the plainer side, really. Like this average girl you'd see walking around the mall who's in really good shape, and she's kind of pretty, but nothing spectacular, right? She's not a 10 out of 10. She's maybe like a 7, maybe an 8 if you're really into her look or something like that. That's most likely a 7, but she's showing her butt on camera and she's making tons and tons of cash just because she's got a little bit of notoriety. And dudes out there are so horny, they don't care if the internet is literally chock full of free pornography and all the butts that you could possibly want to look at. No, they want to see Paige Van Zandt. They want to see her naked ass so bad. They're going to pay for this subscription so they can get some pictures and shit each month. Is that really who we are? Is this a sign of the times that it's the end of days? That we're literally giving our hard-earned money up just to see. Now, what does that say about guys out there? Are they all a bunch of liars? Like, they don't really do as good as they say. Like, your average dude is like, oh yeah, man, I get laid all the time. All these chicks want me and stuff. Okay, if that's true, why is Paige Van Zandt making all this money off of OnlyFans? Or are these married guys? Right, married guys that are just tired of what they've got, so they're going on the internet and wanking to pictures of Paige Van Zandt's poontang. Is that, man? Men out there just make me sad. Like, and some of these other guys, like, I was watching this show 90 Day Fiance, and like some of these guys are paying all this money and just giving it to these women overseas for no reason, just so they'll like be their girlfriend or say that they're their girlfriend. Right, they've never met this person before. Maybe they flew over there and met them once, and they're paying for their plastic surgeries, their boob jobs, their lip jobs, their Botox. And on top of that, they're paying for their living expenses too. They're buying them houses, they're paying their rent in these luxury apartments. Why? Why would you do that? Like, why do you think that you have to do that? What is it about some guys that they're willing to spend all this money on basically nothing just so that they could, like, is it that bad being single? I'm single most of the time. Like, I've had relationships few and far between. I'm fine with it. I'm not desperate. Like, sometimes people try to make fun of me. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't mind being single. I'm comfortable with myself. I'm comfortable being alone, where I'm not going to give anybody that much power over me. Raven makes a good point. Why would they want a woman like that? Exactly. Basically, this type of woman is the most evil type of woman that you could find, right? Somebody that just wants to use you. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with a woman wanting a guy to be successful or wanting him to be able to be a good provider. That stuff's natural. But we're talking about a way exaggerated case of these things, and somebody taking that natural provider instinct and exploiting it times 100. That's the difference. That is sick. You have to have low self-esteem. There's been several times in my life where women have tried to kind of coerce me into that role. And as soon as it happened, I was like, done. No. And it's not even like I said that it was done. It was more just I hinted that that's not how I am. I don't go for that sort of thing. I'm a tightwad, and proudly so. And as soon as they get the fact that I'm a tightwad, they do a 180 and they're gone. And that's fine with me, because that's not the type of person I want anything to do with. And I'm glad that I'm glad to just be me and not be somebody that's trying to, like, it's so insecure, isn't it? Like, look at my car, look how much money I have. Like, what is that going to lead you to, except leads you to a relationship with somebody that's basically, they have like a gold digger mentality or something like that. That's all the reason that you shouldn't present yourself that way. Don't purposely try to jump into the role of some kind of provider. I mean, if you are a provider, God bless you. You know, you're a good man and you're providing for your family and whatnot. But don't, these guys on this 90 Day Fiance, like, I don't even know why I even entertained that show for 2 seconds. But it's just really sick shit. Ooh, I went way too long on this. I went over 4 hours. I'm sorry, you guys. I went way too long. But you know what? Thank you to the people that stick with me the whole 4 or 5 hours. I can't believe you listened to this show for so long, but I love you. You motivate me to keep going. But I'm gonna call it a night. Signing off from the broken ruins of Babylon. This is Daniel, the truth professor. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not giving myself some goofy nickname. I'm just Daniel. I'm nobody. I'm just a piece of nothing. I'm just another cog in the machine. I'm nobody important. But we all have a role to play. And I am thankful that you are paying any attention to me or the show. And I hope good things for the show, and I hope good things for you. Signing off from those broken ruins. I'm Daniel. What's this? Raven says they treat you like property when the guy is rich and you are not. Yeah, that's another aspect of this. Like, why would any female want to be dependent on a guy for you know, I know I was about to end the show. I'm sorry. I just want to talk about this a little bit more. It's not about getting things. Believe it or not. It's about the attention. It's something to do with their dads. It's like, if you buy me things and take care of me and spend all this money on me, it means that you care about me, and that I have value, and that I'm worth all of this money that you're spending on me. If you spend $100,000 on me, I must be something. It's equivalent to a guy that just keeps chasing the same girl because he gets rejected by her. He's trying to fill some kind of void in his soul. It's a psychological thing. And nobody is going to find happiness through those pathways. Life is too short. If you live for material things, it's like the rich man. It's like the rich man being compared to the camel trying to get through the eye of the needle. It's just not going to go well for you. And if you notice, most of these people with truth platforms, they don't make a lot. Most of them look poor. Like, they're doing bedroom podcasts like I am, or they're barely surviving. They're getting shut down. A lot of them don't even have a home. They're living in some kind of converted box truck or something, or they're staying with friends or family. You see that left and right. Some of our best people out there are just, not rich by any means. In some ways, life is too short to just be all about money. And not to say you shouldn't try to make money. I mean, you got to survive, but I think you can tell what I'm getting at. But anyways, signing out for the Broken Ruins. This is Daniel. Have a good night.